Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this Birmingham City Commission special workshop meeting on Monday, September 8th, 2025, here in the municipal building at 151 Martin at 6:02 p.m. Tonight's meeting is a workshop session of the City Commission. No formal action will be taken. The purpose of this workshop is to discuss water and sewer systems and infrastructure with Oakland County Water Resources Commissioner Jim Nash. So, Ms. Bingham, if you will please call the roll.
Ms. Bingham is not here.
Excuse me, Ms. Brown. Maya Brown.
Thank you. Mayor Therese Long?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Clinton Beller?
Here.
Commissioner Emrine?
Here.
Commissioner Katie Schaefer? Here. Commissioner Anthony Long?
I believe is on his way, but thank you.
Commissioner Haig?
Here.
Commissioner Host?
Here.
All right. Did you have any opening remarks, Ms. Metzger?
Actually, I just had just a brief commentary that we had somebody that arrived at the door earlier in the last 5 or 10 minutes who believed that this workshop was going to be about roads. So for anybody that's watching or that's in the audience, this is an infrastructure workshop, but it's more focused on water and sewer. So that's why we have Mr. Nash here tonight to talk to us.
All right. So if we are ready to begin, Jim Nash, Water Resources Commissioner for Oakland County, I'll let you start and introduce your team.
Well, thank you so much. Do we have a PowerPoint we're going to have up here, or?
1 second. She's coming up here right now.
Yes, you do.
Well, there you go. Well, howdy, folks. My name's Jim Nash. I'm the Oakland County Water Resources Commissioner. I have some of my team here today. I'm going to introduce them. Gary Nigro is one of my managers. He's in charge of the collection systems and the wastewater treatment plants, everything else that we do, we're talking about today. And Carrie Cox does regional work on whether it's in the county, around the region, and all the things that we do and all our systems. She's over that. Alyssa Tauby is my community engagement rep. It's a new position for her. I'm still getting used to it. And Sarah Rubino, who is my attorney and a resident of Birmingham. So I'm here to introduce everybody. The experts are the ones you want to hear. So I'm going to get past this really quickly. So we can go next one. So who we are. I have almost 400 employees. We have $18.4 billion in managed assets, whether it's the systems that we operate and maintain for ourselves, for the communities, or operate and maintain for the communities themselves. Birmingham's not one of them, but we do 23 communities. We oversee maintenance, operation, improvement of water and sewer infrastructure in all these systems. We're governed by the Michigan Drain Code of 1956, same age as me. So we ensure sustainable, efficient, and resilient drainage, water, and sewer systems. That's the most important thing we do. We include storm drains, sewers, and drinking water systems for the communities we operate and maintain for. Employ advanced asset management to monitor these and prioritize investments. Sending these cameras down these pipes to make sure that they're good pipes. If there's a problem, we can map that out and do, decide how we're going to do our maintenance and operations and capital work from that. And we focus on maximizing the asset lifespan and addressing climate change challenges. These big storms that are coming from climate change are having an effect on all our systems. If we could advance. So the impact is on our water systems. We have 156,000 residents are served by our water systems, 149,000 by our sewer systems. Miles and miles of sewers and water mains that we operate and maintain. We have 1 million residents served by our regional sewer systems, 4 retention treatment facilities, 2 water resource recovery facilities. Birmingham sends flow to a lot of these different systems. Storm drains, we manage 433 county drains, including 560 miles of enclosed storm drains mostly in urban areas. 220 miles of open channel drains, and those are more in the rural areas. Dams and lakes, we're responsible for lake levels and these dams that regulate those lake levels, and lake improvement boards, we work on them too. So we do all these things. So we service in one way or another every community in Oakland County, and we also do between county stuff, between Macomb, Wayne, even Washington and Livingston. So that's what we do every day, if we could. So the 5 outcomes we're always trying to do is enhance public's health and safety. That's the most important thing we have to do, is make sure everybody's safe and healthy. From backups, exposure, things like that. Preservation of our natural resources. We all depend on the environment we live in, and we have to make sure that we're protecting that also. Reliable service, making sure that everything we do is working towards uninterrupted access to drinking water and sewer systems. Economic prosperity. Again, everything we do builds towards economic prosperity. Nobody wants to live in a place that doesn't have good working sewers and water and roads, so that's part of what we do. And we optimize results, leveraging external funding to make sure we're hitting the ratepayers as little as we can by getting this infrastructure paid for with outside funding. In the last 4 or 5 years, we've had significant investments by both the state and federal governments. We're having issues now with some of that going away, but we're going to still doing as much as we can to make sure we're doing that. So I'm going to turn this over to Gary Gnigro, who again is one of my managers. He oversees all these systems, and he's going to go more into that detail that we depend on him for.
Thank you. So I'm going to start off by talking a little bit about combined sewer systems. And a combined sewer system, I think most people are maybe know what that is, but it's the same pipe that carry storm drainage also carries sanitary sewage. Now, a lot of times you can go and Google combined sewers, and the big question always comes up is why? Why would somebody put it in the same pipe? And you'll get answers. It'll say things like, well, it's more efficient. It's cheaper to build one pipe instead of two, which is true, but that's not the whole truth. The truth is that while we're all probably very accustomed to it, it wasn't that long ago that we didn't actually even have indoor plumbing. I mean, like in the southeast Oakland County area, I like to use my mom in the story. So she's 83 right now, but I was like, it was hard for me to imagine, but I was like, hey, did you always have indoor plumbing? She's like, well, not in the first house in Royal Oak, but when we moved to Ferndale, we had indoor plumbing. And I was like, holy smokes. And where I'm going with that is that think about everyone had an outhouse back in the day, but you still had drains. You had road drainage out in front of your streets and things like that, to collect all the storm drainage that went into the roads. And then as city water mains became more common, and indoor plumbing started becoming more common, you had to do something with that sewage. And so what the houses would do is they'd put in a septic tank, in these small lots, so you don't have enough room on these lots for a conventional septic field or a drain field system. So what they do is they put these tanks in their yards to collect the solid waste, but then the effluent on the other side of the tank, rather than going into a conventional field, would flow into the road ditch out front. So you just turned the system into a combined system, all right? And that's kind of how they came about. And what would happen is that, on a dry day where it's not raining, those road ditches that were intended to carry road storm water runoff were carrying sewage. When it started raining hard, then they would carry the combined storm and sanitary sewer eventually to lakes, rivers, and streams. So what would happen back in the day is the community would, start to say, hey, this is disgusting. And so they would enclose it, all right, thereby creating the first combined drains. That way their kids aren't playing in the ditches out front where it was all just open drains, right? And so you take it and you enclose that pipe and you extend it to the next neighboring community. Then that community says, gross. And then they enclose it a little further, until eventually it goes to a lakes, rivers, or stream. Over time, starting probably back in the 1950s, eventually the state says, hey, you guys, come on, you can't do this. And so that's when the Clean Water Act came out, and they started to say you need to be able to manage that stormwater with combined sewage. So it really was kind of like a sins of our fathers sort of thing. It wasn't necessarily planned for, but on this infographic up here, it kind of mentions, kind of what that would look like. And this is a simple infographic, basically saying like that the same sewage pipes that leave your house also collect storm drainage. And on a dry day, that sewer, maybe it's a great big sewer, but it only has just a little bit of sewage in the bottom. And there'll be a series of regulating structures, and this one, it kind of shows like a dam there. So the dam actually intercepts that flow, that combined flow, taking the flow, putting it into an actual sanitary interceptor, in our case, in this area, to go to Great Lakes Water Authority's wastewater treatment plant. So on a day that it was raining hard, that interceptor wouldn't be able to carry all that extra flow from the combined stormwater, and it would end up skipping over the top of the dam or the trough or whatever the regulating structure actually is, and make its way into the lakes and rivers and streams. What's my next slide? So over the years, like I said, the state ended up saying, like, hey, you guys can't have uncontrolled CSO outfalls anymore. Sorry, combined sewer overflow. If I say CSO, that's what I mean. And so starting back in the 60s, we started designing and planning to manage that combined sewage, starting in the George W. Kuhn district, which is more the east side of Birmingham. By the way, Birmingham's kind of unique. It's the only community in Oakland County that is in all 4 of the CSO districts. So there's 4 different retention treatment basins and collection systems that are in Oakland County that all have basins constructed to manage that combined sewage at this point. So starting back in the 70s is when the George W. Kuhn Basin was built, and then more recently, the 3 smaller basins are the Birmingham RTB, the Bloomfield Village RTB, and the Acacia Park RTB, and those are all more on the west side of Birmingham. Flow on that side flow towards those. So these basins, when they were retention treatment basins, when they were constructed, they're constructed under the regulatory agency of, now it's EGLE, right? The state used to be the DEQ. And to have a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Permit, NPDES permit. So just like any wastewater treatment plant, anytime you discharge waters, sewage to surface waters of the state, you need to have an NPDES permit. So that's why EGLE is very, watches us very closely and permits that activity to make sure that we're doing things correctly. So, yeah. So, separated sewer system. So I'm sure you can imagine at this point going forward that since the 1950s, 60s on, no one's allowed to build combined sewers anymore. All right. So any new system anywhere is always going to be a separated sanitary system. And in that case, you have one pipe carries the storm water drainage, and the other pipe carries a separate one carries the sanitary sewage. Yeah. So one big difference is if you have a separated sanitary system, the state basically says now you have concentrated sewage. It's no longer mixed with stormwater. And so part of the requirements of the Clean Water Act are that any separated sanitary system must go through secondary treatment. So treatment at a full wastewater treatment plant with primary and secondary. For the most part, the retention treatment basins that we operate are essentially primary treatment, settling, disinfection, whereas the secondary part of a wastewater plant actually has biological treatment that goes along with it and takes it a step further, cleans the water to a higher standard. So up here, this image is of kind of the white area. Everything other than the gray area is the city of Birmingham. And I mentioned there's 4 different drainage districts that Birmingham sends water into. So like kind of the blue lines are that'd be the Bloomfield Village district, where you're a small percentage of that. That's mostly Bloomfield Township that's in that collection system, and it goes to the Bloomfield Village Retention Treatment Basin, which is in Lincoln Hills Golf Course, I believe. And then another one of the basins in Birmingham is called the Birmingham Retention Treatment Basin, and that is in Linden Park? Linden, is that get
Lindsmith.
What's that?
Lindsmith Park.
Lindsmith Park, okay. So that one is kind of runs right along the Rouge River right there.
Linden.
Oh, you're being corrected. I think it is Linden Park. It's Linden Park, isn't it?
It is Linden.
Okay, all right. So That one consists of a big underground tunnel that pretty much follows the river. Because if you can imagine, back in the day, as that infographic showed earlier, all the uncontrolled CSO outfalls, every time that it rained hard in Birmingham, the combined sewage would just run straight to the river, all right? So in this case, this tunnel was built along the river back in the 90s, so all those uncontrolled CSO outfalls, that used to hit the river, all go into that tunnel now, and the tunnel directs all that flow to the basin, which is right in Linden Park there. So, and then another district, and there's some red lines down at the bottom, is a little bit of the south part of the city that goes to Acacia Park RTB. And that one is located, I think, in Beverly Hills, technically. It's in the Doug Evans Nature Preserve, if anybody has seen that. And these things, that one looks like a horse stable. It's kind of made to look like that. It's a little prairie down there. And then pretty much everything on the right side, you don't see a lot of pipe right there, are the ones going to the George W. Kuhn district, where the basin itself is located starting about 12 Mile and Campbell, or Stevenson Highway, and it runs northeast all the way to 13 Mile and DeQuinder. And that is one of the largest basins in the entire country that does full treatment. Right that's a picture of the inside of the screen room. It's about 300 feet wide. So the flow, in this picture, flow would be coming from left to right underneath the basin there. On a dry day, it's not raining, it's totally empty. It's not doing anything. It's just waiting for a rain event. So this image sort of shows the district of the George W. Kuhn Basin. You can kind of see over there on the image on the left, everything in pink is really a part of the Rouge River watershed. And then everything in green to the right is in the Clinton River watershed. If you kind of notice that those two watersheds go right through the middle of Birmingham. Right? So you're kind of on a divide as far as a watershed divide. The water's either going east or west into one of those two riversheds. So, this right here is, I know, kind of a busy map for a quick presentation, but up in the far upper left corner, that kind of purple magenta color, that's the portion of the city of Birmingham that flows into the George W. Kuhn collection system, and eventually makes its way to the basin that I just described. So I think Carrie's up now.
Thanks. So I'm here to talk a little bit about our Evergreen Farmington Sanitary District. So this district is a completely separated sanitary system, so it only contains wastewater. It does not have any direct connected stormwater. So during our dry weather, 100% of the flow in that district goes to the Evergreen Farmington system to be pumped and transported and eventually sent to GLWA's system, where it's transported to the largest single point source treatment plant in the United States. So right here you're showing the portion in green. That's the GWK system that Gary just talked about. And everything you show here in this purple, that's the Evergreen Farmington system that goes to, it's going to go, like Gary said, it goes west and then south to the Great Lakes Water Authority for treatment. Next slide. So the next one is going to talk just what Gary said. There's 3 RTBs within the Evergreen Farmington system that service the city of Birmingham. So this is our Bloomfield Village RTB. The next piece is our Acacia Park RTB. The next one is sort of that center piece. That's the Birmingham RTB. And the last slide is this tiny little pieces that are spread throughout the city. These are directly tied into the Evergreen Farmington interceptor and are treated as if, according to the state, as if they were separated sanitary. So those are the only pieces that wet weather goes directly to the Evergreen Farmington system. Next slide. So we're going to talk a little bit more about the RTBs on the Evergreen Farmington side because it's a little different than it's treated on the GWK side. So the RTBs are the same. They store and they screen, settle, and disinfect. But if you go to the next slide, we're going to walk through a little bit about what happens on dry weather conditions. So I said 100% of the city's dry weather flow goes to the Evergreen Farmington. So this example we're using is the Birmingham district, so that center yellow district. And during dry weather, the flow enters the RTB. It actually enters a pump station within the RTB and is pumped to the Evergreen Farmington interceptor, which you see is sort of being gray on the bottom there. So if you get a little bit of rain, say in the summer, it rains half an inch or so, you go to the next slide. And what happens is the Evergreen Farmington system has a specific capacity assigned to each of the RTBs. It's either 4, 4, and 5. And so up to that capacity within the Evergreen Farmington, the flow continues to go through that pump station, or in the case of the other two RTBs, a regulator, and it goes to the Evergreen Farmington drain. Anything above that capacity is stored within the basin. And during most of our storms, we get on average 54 storms a year within the Evergreen Farmington system. Most of the storms are stored within the basin completely, and then once the rain is stopped, the pump station dewaters to the Evergreen Farmington drain. Next slide. So, but we also have really, really large storm events, and we know these are occurring more and more frequently. So during large storm events, in the 2021, the 3 RTB districts got together, we met with all the communities, and they decided not to purchase additional capacity within the Evergreen Farmington system and to not participate in the wet weather projects. So what that means is during the peak of the storm, you have 0 capacity into the Evergreen Farmington system. In the case of the Birmingham, the pump station is turned off. In the case of the other 2 RTBs, the regulators are closed. So 100% of the flow is stored in the RTB. It's then screened, settled, and once the RTBs are completely full, it's discharged to the river. So in closing, I guess I just wanted to say before I hand it off to Alyssa is that, the city is very complex. You're seeing that with these 5 different districts. But it's also well distributed. These are really small districts. It's not far to go to get to the basin or to get to our large interceptor. And the city, I know Gary showed the map, but the city really does own, maintain, and operate the majority of the pipes within the city, so we only operate those large interceptors that you saw as double lines on that previous map. And if you make any changes to your system, we work well with Melissa. She meets with us quarterly at our quarterly technical meetings. We do encourage you to reach out because it could impact your capacity or your cost allocation into our systems. And I'm going to hand it over to Melissa. Oh, do you want, before, we're going to kind of totally switch topics, so if you have any questions for Gary and I, you can take those now.
Any questions? Commissioner Hay?
Yeah, you said, can you go back one slide, please, Melissa? I think it's one slide, yeah. Why is it not regulated to be the wet and dry weather flow? Why does it shut it off completely? Because it seems like it's creating a damming effect when previously we have a flow. Why would you not have it set up? Why is the system not structured so that we get the minimum that we get on a normal day? So when we get the abnormal event, now we have the abnormal flow restriction provided. What was the logic behind that, and why is it constructed that way?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that. So first, I just want to be clear, it's not restricted, as in the flow coming into the RTB is not restricted. Gary knows the numbers more, but in the case of the Bloomfield Basin, the flow coming in is about 875 CFS. The flow going out is 4. What we're turning off is the 4, and it makes no impact to anything upstream of the basin. It does increase the amount of volume going out to the river, or that's stored, and the majority of the time it is stored. And the reason that decision was made is because the Evergreen Farmington as a separated sanitary system is held to a 25-year, 24 design event, and these 3 basins are pretty far up in the Evergreen Farmington system. In order to construct construct something that would transport that flow all the way through the Evergreen Farmington system and then all the way through the Great Lakes system would be very, very expensive. And so it was a cost-benefit analysis that we worked both with Eagle and our regulators with our MPDS permit, because we are increasing the volume of overflow. But it is a better solution than what was happening previously, which was we were having sanitary sewer overflows in the city of Southfield downstream because of the 4 CFS discharge. I don't know if you want to add to that. I'm totally confused.
Well, I can see why you asked the question that way. When we say we're shutting off the flow, like Carrie described, the dry weather flow might only be 4 cubic feet per second flowing through any particular system. A storm event can generate 1,000, 1,500 cubic feet of flow. So you can't fit all that into the system going down to Detroit, down on GeoLitway's separated system. And so what you do is that is what the basin is there for. Rather than go to the river, it's a huge basin that can actually handle that extra flow. It's just a tiny bit of dry weather flow that gets closed.
Yeah, so very small percentages.
Commissioner Hague, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, I know he's got a question as well. So this may go further than you want me to go, but kind of tough luck. 4 CFS is not nothing. I challenge you to try standing in 4 CFS, because you won't. You're downstream. It may be a percentage of the net sum, but what I'm questioning is how this works, because what's happening is you create an accumulator. An accumulator has to have a certain 3-dimensional space. I'm an engineer, by the way.
Yeah, no.
You can tell now, can't you? You've got a 3-dimensional space, so you've got a pressure height.
Yep, you want me
You're
to, I know where
you're
you're
creating
going.
a pressure back up in our system, that our system now becomes the accumulator, because a lot of the people that are here because of basements getting backed up into.
Yeah, so let's be clear that it's not backing up into your system. It's backing up into our basin, so there should be no net effect upstream. We do monitor the levels at the regulators. In this case, it's a pump station, so there's no change whatsoever, right? It goes into a wet well. The wet well is hydraulically disconnected from the collection system. So there's no change or impact to any of the surrounding areas. But when you're talking about volume, so that is the agreement that was reached. So you're saying, hey, there is more volume. When this is closed, it's closed for an hour or two, a very short period of time. So the way we make up for it is we close it for an hour or two. And that's when Southfield's flow is really high. That's not necessarily when the Birmingham Basin's flow is really high. So we allow the Birmingham Basin to actually exceed your contract capacity, and it's been as high as 17, 18 CFS early in an event and late in an event, as long as our levels downstream are not high. Once our levels and our flow in our system downstream gets to a point, we shut the regulator, and we shut it for a very minimal amount of hours. You actually are occasionally over your contract capacity for 7 days, and we close the regulator for a few hours. So it was a win for all of the RTBs for this agreement between Evergreen Farmington and the RTBs on how we're going to operate.
All right, I'll leave it there.
And if I can,
Yes.
clarification, I know you've mentioned this before in a lot of our technical meetings, but how many communities are part of Evergreen Farmington, and what's the agreement amount with Evergreen Farmington, the discharge rate to
Great Lakes
Water Authority?
Yeah.
That might be helpful to be able to kind of maybe explain this a little bit more.
Yeah, so the Evergreen Farmington recently purchased an additional 52 CFS, so we went from 172 to 229 CFS with the Great Lakes Water Authority. That purchase capacity and all the pumping and piping that went along with it is what the RTBs did not want to be a part of, because it was upwards of a $150 million project. And there are 15 communities that are in the Evergreen Farmington that are paying for that, and you pay for that based on your flow tributary to that project. So because that requires both secondary treatment and very far transport, as well as this agreement we have with it where we can allow you to discharge more over, and Eagle actually has a requirement on us that you have to discharge what you would have without the closure over a 7-day window. So we do discharge in excess more flow than you would have without this agreement.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Mueller.
All very interesting. And I have questions about how it works, but I'm going to put those aside, because what we struggle with here is the cost of our aging infrastructure. So to the extent that what you're telling us bears on that, I'm very interested. So I have a couple questions about that. Back, I believe these RTBs were built in the 90s, correct?
Mid to late 90s, yeah.
And there was a big political argument here about whether we should separate our sewers or keep them combined. And we decided to keep them combined at great cost to Birmingham taxpayers. Who paid? Who paid to dig those giant holes in Linden Park and Lincoln Hills Golf Course? And more important, today, who pays to maintain them? And is there anything we need to know about potential future costs that are not on our radar right now to either rebuild them, maintain them, do major renovations to them?
We can tag team. As far as the cost of building these basins, these 3 small basins that you're all part of, 90% of the design was actually part of a federal share and 55% of the construction costs. So I'll just say pick one, and for instance, the Birmingham CSO, which included that tunnel. The total project cost back then was $35 million, and the federal government paid for $20 million of that. So there was a fair amount of federal participation in those projects. So.
And local taxpayers paid the rest?
That's correct.
Is that right? Okay.
Let's clarify
Well-
taxpayer, ratepayers.
Ratepayers, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Doesn't come out of the general fund. or
Okay.
anything like that, so.
And I see you guys, I live right near Linden Park. I see you guys over there all the time. I don't know what the heck you're doing. I wish this meeting were held there tonight because it's a beautiful night and you could show us what goes on there. But I got to believe that their maintenance costs, who pays for that? Ratepayers?
That's all part of the,
So are we done with major capital expenses for this kind of stuff? Or, I mean, what's the future look like cost-wise to maintain this beautiful system you've just told us about?
yeah. Well, clearly the initial construction is completed and has been for a while now, for 30 years. But ongoing, capital expenses and operations and maintenance, major maintenance are all part of our rates, trying to plan out in the future what these facilities are going to need. So that's actually Carrie's department of asset management for the county, so now I'm speaking for her, but we try to plan out in the future to say what are these facilities going to need. So and on top of that, whatever the state, whatever Eagle may require, if they change regulations, just saying that we need to step it up, then you never know. All of a sudden, one day they could go, you need to do better, just like they did back in the
So do you have reserves?
There's reserves, yes.
Yeah, we can speak. We do have a 5-year plan. We do go over that once a year with all the customer communities, and we invite your staff to those meetings. So within that 5-year plan, we did talk about some pretty large upcoming capital expenses. If you think about electrical equipment that's 30 years old, that's really sort of reaching the end of its useful life. But all that is planned for in our rates. We really work hard to make sure there are no big surprises to you or your constituents. But remember, we're just one piece of the rates. 80% of our rate goes directly to GLWA. We have to turn that around and pass it along to you as well. So they're all, just like you're like, hey, we have outside influences on our rates. You guys also have to maintain all the water and sewer to get it to us. So there are lots of different impacts. The largest impact in the last 5 years, I would say, is the Evergreen Farmington Corrective Action Plan projects, which is over $135 million to date. You guys are 0.1% of that because you only have those little tiny pieces that are directly connected to Evergreen Farmington are paying. So no big surprises should be on the radar. Again, like Gary said, there's things like PFAS and dechlor that's out there at the EPA right now that could be impacted. We try to give you guys as much notice as possible when those come down the pipe.
So who owns these facilities? We own it? Is that, we own it, or do
It's
you own
actually-
it, or?
They're actually a Chapter 20 drain, so each one of them is like its own LLC. Ultimately, it's owned by the drainage district, so.
You guys.
Well,
More or
the
less.
drainage district.
Not the county, but the drainage
Sarah?
district.
Drainage districts are separate legal entities, but Commissioner Nasta does chair them.
And are any of these solely in, the map showed them, like, that they serve multiple communities, but it looks like that one is almost entirely Birmingham, right?
That one
And
is
nobody else.
96.8% Birmingham.
Okay, and which one is that?
That's the Birmingham.
Birmingham.
That's the one that drains into my backyard, right?
That's the one.
Okay. And there's some entity out there that owns that giant facility with a beautiful pump house, or if that's what you call it. Appreciate that. And you're telling me, don't worry, we got it covered, right?
I am saying.
That's our job.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And then one thing you did mention too was, I heard you say, I think the words, decided to keep it combined at great cost. So the great cost of separation is usually what stops, because that's, everyone always says, just separate. Wouldn't that be so much easier?
Even greater.
Billions and billions and billions.
Right.
To separate.
So, I'm sorry, may I add one more? I'm still trying to, like, put together your presentation with our challenges. And it's great to know how it all works, and great to know that you got us covered on the retention basins. But we've got sewers in backyards that are being lined. We've got sewers that are 100 years old that are falling apart. We got water mains that are crumbling. And I'm trying to understand, that's what we have to deal with. And, so is there any connection here? Is there?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go back to the map. So the only thing I can say is that, we do work closely with all the customer communities. We don't do it in a vacuum. We understand that there are lots of concerns. In the case of Birmingham, whenever it's been reported to our office of flooding, it's never been directly connected to any, we've always had space, I guess, in the interceptors when we've looked on the days in question. We're more than willing to work with your staff, because some of these basins are designed for, directly connected impervious area. If that flow isn't getting to us, we could have capacity and it's not getting to us. We'd like to work with you guys on that. If you're adding new impervious area as your city, tears down and rebuilds, that could be a problem for us. So as you connect that, we definitely want to have that conversation as well. But, we are not out here dictating to you how to run your system. We're here to help. We understand the problems. Gary's out in the field with his guys all the time. We love doing what we do. We want to help the environment, like Jim says. We want to help the people. If there's something we can do to our system or to help facilitate relief, we can do what we can do. But we are very limited right now in our reach, like obviously up into your private, in our mind, held sewers in your system.
Okay, so may I, one more follow-up? I didn't bring it up, but you brought it up. I think you brought it up, because a lot of what you say, is going right past me. Somebody else brought it up. We have basements, flooding, right? Sewer backups into homes, and you said, we've got plenty of capacity, but we're willing to help you. Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
But I don't hear you helping. I'm trying to figure out how you can help us. And if
Yeah, we don't want you
I don't
guys
even
to
think we
just
have a handle
build your
on.
sewer. If you just built your sewer bigger, you would just move the flooding to somebody else, right, downstream. We don't want you guys to do that. It could even be within your own system. We're just saying you have to be really careful. So Gary mentioned the pipe along the river. If somebody upstream builds a bigger pipe and puts more water in that, the people in your own community downstream are going to see that problem. You can't just do it because you had like willy-nilly. You really have to work with our office and our planning group and internally with your group, because you're just gonna move the problem is what I'm concerned about. If you just go, say, I don't know, I'm using an example, up by Woodward. You have flooding up by Woodward, you build a bigger pipe. You're just gonna move that flooding somewhere else. You have to be really careful.
Okay, so, sir, we'll allow public questions after the commission questions are over. I know that you have one, but could you, based on what you just said, could you explain, I think, a little bit more simply, how flooding occurs, how backup in basements occur, if there is capacity in the RTBs?
So there's not necessarily capacity in an individual neighborhood or individual street. The storms we've been getting recently are very intense in a very small area. And so they're overwhelming that small area's sewers, and they're not overwhelming the big regional system. Because there was a storm recently where it got 3 or 4 inches of rain in just 1, 2, or 3 square mile radius. We cover hundreds of square miles. Over that whole square mile, the average rain was only 0.7 inches. So the system barely came up at all, but yet individual areas were having flooding. So that's what I'm saying. There are times, this is similar to where we let you guys exceed your contract capacity out of your RTBs. There's time where space is available, depending on how the rain moves across the system or how intense the rain is at any given time. There can be capacity. So that's what I'm saying we can work with you
Right, and
on.
the storms we've been getting, this increasing commonality of 500-year storms and 1,000-year storms is more than the piping system, I'm going to be very simple, in a neighborhood is designed to handle. So it's coming down faster than it can get through the pipes and out of the way into the larger system, is what you're saying.
I can't speak, I guess, directly for your city system, but normally combined systems are either designed for a 10-year 1-hour event or a 10-year 24-hour event. And if we've been getting, or you guys in this area have been getting significantly less frequent storms, you're going to overload your system. Now, I think somebody had prepped a question on restricted catch basins. Sometimes that shows up in the road and not in the sewer. Sometimes it shows up in the sewer. It really depends on how your system is designed.
Okay, Commissioner Long, you had
We
a
go
question?
back to the slide that had the last explanation of the RTV.
The green one?
Yeah, that one. Thank you. So you answered my first question, I think, which is, okay, so we have 1,000-year rain, 100-year rain. I don't know, like, it must be in dog years or something, because we get them more frequently than 100 years, but whatever. So let's just say you got 100-year rain, combined drains coming into the RTB, and it's coming in at 800, and the part that goes down to the gray line is only allowed to go out at 400. You're telling us that your RTB Four. You're telling me that the RTB has never been completely full in any one of the RTBs in the city of Birmingham?
I can't speak to ever.
Well, you kind of suggested ever, so that's why I asked the question.
Whenever you guys have asked and we've looked.
Okay, so I've lived here 25 years. In the last 25 years, have we ever had an RTB completely full where there's no capacity, to your knowledge?
Yeah, every time that the RTB itself discharges to the environment, that means it was full.
Okay, so
It fills up and then it discharges to the Rouge River.
So the statement that, so I'm trying to mesh that with the statement that you said that we've always had capacity when you've complained about basements flooding, but you may not have. That RTB may have been full and it's discharging to, it sounds like a river or wherever the overflow has to go to, correct?
Yeah, in this case, the RTB is the lowest point around because it's right next to the river. So I think what Carrie was getting at was the collection system that drains the combined sewage toward the basin had room.
Okay.
And I think going to the river doesn't mean there's no capacity. Those basins are designed to send a substantial volume of flow to the river. It doesn't mean hydraulically you cannot get in. That's what it's designed for, is to move massive quantities of water through the basin.
But we have had instances where the RTB is completely full in the last 25 years.
By design, it fills
Right.
up.
And if that happens, then it's going to be, shut down? And so the combined drain that's coming into it?
No, it discharges
Just
discharges to the.
Discharges.
Discharges to
Okay,
the
fine.
river.
Ris-
It means
discharge-
dirty water goes into the river.
I get that. So that's one occasion. And then the other occasion that I think you described is if you have and we have this in the city, if we have, every pipe in the city is made to be a 8-foot diameter pipe.
8-inch for the
18-inch. Everything's 18 inches. But it gets to 14 mile, right, which is one of the ways it gets out. I know because I used to live by there, and I saw Cummings done. It gets to 14 mile, and it may not be an 18-inch pipe there. It may be a 8-inch pipe. Is that fair? I mean, I'm not saying specific, I'm saying hypothetically, like, I don't care about whether it's 18 or 8 or whatever, but it's a larger pipe going into a smaller pipe, correct?
Does happen,
Well,
but
think
it's
the way-
steeper.
well, I think the way you're describing it, like, so the dry weather flow goes into a smaller pipe.
I don't care about dry overflow. I'm talking about 100-year rain. We got water moving through the pipes, that maybe they're larger pipes that are hooking up outside the city to smaller circumference pipes, whatever they may be. We have that happening.
So, I mean, I don't know your system, but what I can say is when pipes are designed, it's not just the diameter that talks about how fast that water and how much water can move. It's also the angle at which, you think about a slide, like your kid goes down the slide, it's at this angle, they go slow. If it's at this angle, they go really fast, right, and get hurt. So it can be a smaller diameter and still carry more flow. So you just have to be careful. And I don't know of any instances where we have capacity restrictions. I don't know your system, if you have any of that case, but I would just be careful about taking just size.
Okay, so I lived at Smith and Cummings. I was the one that went around and petitioned and got that road done. I was the one that got the roadway repaved, the new system put in, and I was told by the folks that were doing it that although we're putting in larger circumference pipes, it drains down to 14 Mile Road and out of the city of Birmingham, and those pipes are smaller circumference than the ones they put in on Cummings.
Well, I guess that's why I was starting to go down the path of the dry weather flow.
Right.
Because the interceptor that carries the dry weather flow out of the whole area
Right.
is much smaller than the pipes that convey all that combined sewage from the neighborhoods toward the basin.
Okay, so, but still, as you were saying, if we go and put in larger pipes north of Birmingham and it's got to flow somewhere else and it's flowing into smaller circumference pipes and we have 100-year rain, that's when we are having, the water's got to go somewhere, right?
I need like a dry board, I think. It's like a dry erase board. No, I mean, the pipes, as they go, keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger because they're collecting more neighborhoods and more other pipe hit those.
Where?
What's that?
When you say bigger and bigger, bigger, where? When it's outside the city of Birmingham?
In some cases, or in the city of Birmingham.
Okay.
So, so as it collects more flow, but then it goes towards the basin, and the basin itself has huge pipe that allow that flow to pass through the basin and back out the other side if the basin fills up completely.
But that can't possibly be true in a city that has 100-year-old sewers that we're struggling to upgrade and maintain. You can't have going from a bigger to a bigger to a bigger to a bigger. This is impossible.
I don't think we can speak to your city's sewers.
Okay, well, that's, my questioning is trying to figure out why we're having these water instances where people are getting waters in their basement and how that interplays with your system, or the system for your entity. I'm trying to understand that.
Questions I'm waiting for as well.
And so I'm trying to understand that. And from what I have been told from living here for 25 years, I lived on Smith and Cummings. I lived on South Lawn, and on South Lawn we literally had every house have water in the basement, including mine. Back in I think it was 1998, right, when I bought my house there. So I'm trying to understand what is causing those water events and what we can do and how we can work with you. But in order for us to be able to work with you, we have to understand. And I ask these questions, and I don't really feel like we're getting answers that we can work with to help avoid this situation, or to at least try to start to apply the situation. and I'm not feeling like I'm getting the interplay that we need to understand what we need to do and how we can interplay with you guys. I mean, this happened.
Okay, so
But the point is, I'm not done yet. So the point is, in 1998 it happened, and it's still happening again occasionally now, but you're here to help, but I don't know how the interplay is happening to have you help. And that's what I think.
do you have
is my
something to add,
question.
Commissioner Emmerine, or?
Yeah, Melissa, could you pull up the city map, or the map of the city sewers and the county sewers again, if you could? I think what you're going after, Commissioner Long, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but wherever we see yellow here, this is us. That's city system. That's Melissa's job to help us figure out how to deal with that. And I think the county is every other color on there, wherever you see two lines. Is that a fair and accurate statement? So where the county can help us, we need Melissa's help to get the yellow lines over to the colorful lines. And then once it gets to the colorful lines, that's when we talk to the county and have them help us. So I think, and please someone correct me if I'm wrong, but when we're talking about South Lawn, well, anywhere where you see yellow on this map, that's a city problem, not a county problem. But I think what the county's saying is maybe we have some extra capacity, maybe we could help you work out some things, but they can't help us until the rain events get to their system. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and I think the other thing we can say is that one of the good things about drains is similar, I think somebody mentioned it earlier, when you guys are trying to get agreement to build roads, the way the drains work is the community involved petitions the drain to build a project. So if you guys want, if you guys want to build a big project that pushes more water to us, we would work with you to say, we can't take it, or we can, and you could then petition to build that project that could take it, if that's what you would want. And that's where I'm saying we could work with you.
What is that project? Like, what does that mean?
What kind of project?
We don't know,
They don't know.
because we don't know what the water would, how much you would send us, or what that would look like.
Hypothetically, what are you talking, I don't think we understand what kind of project.
It starts to come down to a level of service question, and that's a term that not many people are familiar with, but it's something that is done every day, a daily basis. I'm looking at engineer here, right? Things are designed to a certain level of service based on what is the most practical and economical way to do it. You can build something, a basin that's 100 times the size that what you would expect to see rain event wise, but then you got to pay for that and you have to maintain it forever. So, highways do the same thing. Do you design the roads going in and out of Detroit for the days
Labor Day
that
weekend.
there's 20 different concerts and 8 sporting events and a parade and everything going on at the same time, and you have 25 lanes of traffic going in and out, and then you have to build it, you have to maintain it forever, all right? Or do you build it a more practical size, and you go, sometimes you're going to have to drive slow to get through, the streets there. So that's kind of the whole level of service discussion, So, and I know I've been in situations many times where residents saying, clearly your system failed you. Like, no, the system did exactly what it was designed to do. And I try to put it in terms people can understand. Say, like, everyone's seen a Homer bucket, 5-gallon orange bucket from the Home Depot. If you bought one of those and tried to put 10 gallons of water in it, you wouldn't say that the bucket failed. The bucket held the 5 gallons just the way it was supposed to, all right? Just that it was, we asked more of the bucket than the bucket was designed for.
Okay, Ms. Kuchar.
Yeah, I just wanted, I don't want to get in the weeds on this, but it's important to note exactly what Commissioner Emmerine is saying, that the yellow is all of ours. And I think it's really important to put on the record that since 1998, there have been a number of studies, evaluations, reports, not only done by the city, but by its consultants, to have every effort to improve that infrastructure at every opportunity. This city spends more money per year improving infrastructure year in, year out than any other in the surrounding communities. It's important to note that our system operates properly. There is a host of reasons why a basement may back up. we can't come to the conclusion or jump to a conclusion that a basement backed up because the system failed and that the Birmingham system failed. We cannot jump to that conclusion. I would urge you not to jump to that conclusion because there's so many other reasons why that causation may occur. What's important to note, though, is that we are spending millions of dollars year in, year out to constantly improve the infrastructure, but our infrastructure works, our system works. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
One follow-up, and thank you, Mr. Emerine. My point is not worrying about the yellow. I understand that that's our responsibility, and I do agree that we're doing everything we possibly can and more. But it leaves the city in certain places. So down where you've got the red line down on the bottom, it leaves the city there and goes elsewhere. Those pipes are outside the ability for Birmingham to do anything with those. They're outside our control. And that was my point, was we could replace, and we are, but we could replace every pipe in the city of Birmingham, but it is only, the system's only so good as the pipe that it leads to, say, outside of 14 Mile Road. It leaves the city to get its way to the water treatment plants that you described. That's my question, is how do we have the interplay with knowing that when we've done our job, it gets to a point where there might be attaching to a, say, and I don't know, a smaller pipe, a smaller diameter pipe, and you put water through one pipe that's larger into a smaller diameter pipe when it leaves the city, that's not within our control. That's my question, whether that exists or not, and how we can, if it does, how we can address that.
So, I mean, I think we're encouraging the regional collaboration and regional cooperation back to the level of service. If there's a different level of service than there was 30 years ago when these were designed, we're open to those discussions. And we can work with you and your team in any way you guys would like.
Carrie, do you want to talk about the legal study as well, the Southeast Michigan study?
Sure. For those of you that aren't aware, in the last 10 years, Southeast Michigan has had more flooding than any other region in the United States. So when you're saying you flooded a lot, like, yes, you hear on the news about the hurricanes or whatever, but we've had more duplication of flooding in this region than any other United States location. So the Army Corps of Engineers, given by Congress, has received a fairly large amount to do a flood study and try to figure out if there's something even larger than just us, county, you, city, but we discharge, just like you guys discharge to us, we discharge to the Great Lakes Water Authority. There are times where they're having issues and water is high and they get a lot of rain as well. And so how do we work as even a larger region? And that's being studied by the Army Corps. It is a 6-year study, so it is not fast, but our office is sitting in on that study and participating, as are the other counties and regional players as well.
Commissioner Haig, did you have an additional question?
Yeah. So you're getting beaten up because you're the first people who've come in here, and this is a really, really painfully hot button for this city right now. Painfully so, as you're probably telling by body language that you're getting from this side. So unfortunately for you, you're the target. So I apologize if it feels like that, but if you want to bring in the Great Lakes Water Resource Authority, I would love to talk to them face to face. Okay, so you talked about a 5-year plan. What about a 30-year plan? It was the 30-year plan. I'm going to go through a whole bunch of things, so let's not look at them individually. Just generically, why is there not a 30-year plan? Because kind of where the rest of us were going was, well, wasn't there a bonding that we had to do to pay for our portion of it? So, okay, we just finished paying for it, and now we're going to pay for another one. Well, gee, that's fantastic. We love that. We love paying money for things over and over and over. So we want to see a plan. You talked about we're not allowed to upsize pipes without permission. And then a few minutes later, you talked about, yes, but when infrastructure is put in, you've got a forever maintenance requirement. Yes, we do. And seeing as we get a 100-year storm event every 3rd Tuesday right now, because I'm not that old, and I've seen multiple 500-year events. Really not that old. So there's something going wrong with the specification. We need to upsize, because exactly right. When we put it in, everyone that sits here pays for it, in the yellow lines. So now we're stuck with something that's undersized for a change in the environment for the next 100 years. The pipe in my street's 100 years, actually 95 years. So you talk about a forever maintenance requirement of equipment. Yeah, we've got a forever maintenance requirement of this, all the yellow. So if we double the size, if we take the philosophy of Sir Joseph Bazal Gett, you obviously know exactly what I'm about to say.
Yes, London and population growth.
And he said at the last minute, double the size of anything because we get one chance to do it. And that's why it's not overwhelmed today. Whereas if they'd done it to the original design spec, it would have been overwhelmed about 80 years ago. But they're not overwhelmed today because they doubled everything. Infrastructure, if we're going to lay in infrastructure, we dig up a road, we've got to put in new pipe work. It costs us exactly the same amount of money to put the road back on top of it. The material cost of putting a pipe that's double the diameter is fractional. But everything that supports the ground build-up, the roadway, it's the same. It doesn't change because it's an 8-inch pipe, 16-inch pipe, 24-inch pipe. It's still functionally the same. Where my colleague is going is, we want to have better flow because we are struggling. Now, do we want to push everything into the sewers and say, yeah, it's out of sight, out of mind? No, there's a metered flow that goes in. We all know about you've got to actually put it in there at a certain rate because it's got to flow out at a certain rate. It's a bit disingenuous to talk about pipe angles because it also depends on depth, so you've got a pressure head there. So if it's 8 feet deep, if it's 16 feet deep, you've got to double the pressure head. It's got nothing to do with the angle of the pipe.
That could be true, yeah, we're not supposed to exceed the crown on the channel.
I get it, but you know where I'm going with this. Your argument was falling down with more than one engineer that's listening.
Okay, so I will step in because you said a couple of things. So we do a master plan every 10 years. That looks out 5 years. It also looks out 20 and 50 years. It looks at population and storm intensity. I would recommend if you don't in your master plan, look at some of the SEMCOG and the NOAA numbers for what's coming in 50 years or turn of the century that's coming. They are predicting substantial changes to what the 10-year 1-hour event will be. The state of Michigan's actually talking about increasing it only 10% right now in this decade. So lots to come on that. And our asset management program also looks out 20 and 100 years because a lot of our pipes last 120, 150 years. We do try to smooth out how we repair and replace things over that time frame to make sure our customers' impact is smoothed over time. But we also take great pride in the sustainability and that we want to do the right thing to the right asset at the right time. So we don't want to replace, if you replace a 150-year pipe 20 years early, you're going to have to buy more pipe. And we want to make sure we're making it last as long as we can with the maintenance that we put it in. Same things with pipes. Those are little pumps. Those are a little easier because they last 20 to 25 years. We try to, there's a point where your maintenance is so expensive, your rate of return goes down. But we really do try to maximize that. And we do have long-range plans out there. The 5-year plan is a rate capital improvement plan. So just like you guys have to submit as a city to the state, that's what we're talking about, that you guys see that plan and you see all the actions that we do on a 5-year basis. But we do have other plans that we follow.
If I may, within that, so you just talked about, okay, there are the projections for change. But I'm going to circle back to you just told us about 10 minutes ago, we're not allowed to upsize our pipes to future-proof them because you won't allow us, yet the projection says that the specs are changing, that the criteria are changing into the future. So our long-range plan is constrained by not being allowed to implement it. So if I say, okay, you know what, we've got 6-inch pipes everywhere. If we made them 12-inch pipes, we quadruple their volumetric capacity, which acts as a holding point as well.
Yeah, maybe I said something wrong. I don't remember saying we couldn't upsize them. At this point, we don't have any
You
plans
asked
to
that
update.
we consult with you and let you know what we were doing. You didn't say we were prohibited.
Yeah.
We had to
think-
ask for permission.
Well, you can't, you have a capacity that you have purchased, paid for in our system. If you exceed that, there are other people that are in that system too. So we can talk about Birmingham had some sewer Bloomfield Township had some sewer separation. There might be room in the Bloomfield Village Basin for you to make some upsizing. That might not be the case. I can tell you right now in the Evergreen Farmington district, that is not the case. There's no extra space. So
Right,
we would
so-
have to build something bigger.
If we have bigger pipes, we have more flow. We either have to pay you more to take that more flow. We also have to find out whether you have the capacity to
Correct.
take that flow. Right.
Yes.
So it's not an, you're
It's-
correct.
it's a
not an
systemic issue.
It's not an independent decision.
Correct. It's not. But
Yeah.
to
But it's
tell us
not
we
a-
can't even start is really a problem, because now we're stuck with it for the next 100 years after just being told the projections showing that everything's changing. So I kind of have a fundamental issue with that. There's telling us what you can't do and deal with the consequences.
I mean, I guess I'd like, as the engineer over our big projects, I would like to say we do take into account future conditions. We talk a lot in our office. We don't want to build something that sits dry and is never used, and we don't want to build something that 5 years from now we have to come back and replace. We take great pride in building the right asset, the right size, so that we don't have to come back and do it again.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up to any members of the public who have questions. You can come up to this microphone, give your name and address, and ask your question. And if you're online and you'd like to ask a question, you can use the raise your hand function, and we will call on you.
Good evening, David Bloom and Wallace. I'm glad, Mr. Nash, you came in with your team. I remember a long time ago when you were running for office, and we had a lot of problems, and I think you brought in some really good change. It's really good that we're having this discussion. These maps are kind of hard for me to read. I'd like to see little red circles or things where the CSOs are, where the junctions are. It's hard. I think I'm sensing it's hard for the commission. It's hard to me to tell what's going on. I think your team ought to look at some updated graphics, come back here. It might help with the explanation. Maybe bring the Great Lakes Water Authority. It also, I mean, we are all part of a system, and we're sort of in the middle of Oakland County, and it looks like we're in the middle of these two different drainage groups. We've got 4 different CSOs here, and we're connected to everybody else. So what we do impacts others, and what I heard you say, and what others do impacts us. And it feels like the experts for all this are in this room with this city, and not so much with your team. And I feel like we're leading you guys. You're saying to us, you're saying to Birmingham, what I'm hearing, that we should come to you with ideas and ask you things. And I feel the commission's looking at you to come with some leadership and say, we need to be thinking about this and we need to be doing that. And I'm not sensing that we got far, and we're out of time, that we got far enough in the discussion to do that. So I really do think it would be useful to come back with some better graphics with the Great Lakes Water Authority and figure this out. And I do believe Birmingham bonded for at least the retention basins under Lincoln Hills, and your staff didn't seem to know that. So I'm not sure who, and there were some good questions, like who's paying for what else do we need to do? These retention basins are 30 years old. Do they need to be replaced? Do they need to be augmented? Who's going to pay for that? So I'm grateful that you're here. It's a good discussion that we're working together. I'd feel better if you guys were to come back for a longer discussion, and I feel that you're better prepared for that discussion. Thank you.
Well, I guess I'd say I'm sorry you feel like we're not prepared. We can come back if that would be helpful with additional things. I did just want to clarify, we are aware that it was, because we talked about the federal bond, so it was an SRF, with State Revolving Loan Program, that built all of the RTBs, and it was a federal match. So I think we just said federal match, but that federal match was part of a federal loan program. So apologize if that was confusing. I guess the only other thing I would say is we do study our systems. We work with the communities. We meet with them quarterly where they bring up any issues related to capacity. While we've heard of flooding, we've never heard of flooding that was directly related to our storms. After every rain event that's over ½ an inch of rain, we monitor depth and flow from all of our customer communities. We make sure that all of our customers and all of our systems are below their contract capacity and not impacting other customers. So we are doing, I guess, what you said. we can't influence things in your community. We can't study a community because that's not what we're being paid to do. Our other customers would freak out if we were spending money studying a private Birmingham sewer. But we are more than happy to work with you and any solution that you have moving forward. I don't know if you want to.
I just want to say, we'd be happy to come back. You know, however you can understand this best, we're happy to do that. I would love to meet Mr. Long. I'm sorry, is that right? Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
No, Baller.
Baller, I'm so sorry. We'd be happy to sit down with you. If you have a concern about something near you that it's going into another, because you were describing a bottleneck. I mean, that's what a bottleneck is. And oh, was it you? I'm sorry.
That was me.
The wrong folks.
He's the
But
bottleneck.
We'd love to sit down with you, with our engineers, show you our all our, structure and how we do this, our blueprints, everything we do, to show you how these things work, if that would help you. If you'd be interested, we could meet at one of these basins. You could meet at the GWK. We got a great little meeting room there. We could get you guys in. Again, so if you want to work with us directly as an individual, so you're not, worried about having enough people to be a problem, we could sit down with you individually and talk about whatever you think you would be most interested in understanding, so you could relate it to your folks better. But anything we can do to help you understand this, we're happy to do that.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions in the room? Questions or comments? You can come to the microphone.
I know we didn't get to Alyssa, but there is actually I don't know if you want to talk about it, a program at the basin. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to finish questions if you don't mind first.
Sure.
I have one online and then, yeah.
Hi, yeah, again, my name's Sarah Rubino. I'm taking off my WRC hat. I'm also a Birmingham resident, and I want to say I don't experience flooding. I appreciate the city's services. I also want to say that I've worked with WRC for about 5 years now. This is an incredibly complex and difficult subject to understand how these sewer systems work, how they interconnect. I'm an attorney, I'm not an engineer. I've learned an incredible amount. In this office, I'm incredibly proud to work at. You have very dedicated people doing incredible work to protect our communities and to protect our environment. So I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Nash and this great team for coming here today, for answering these incredibly difficult questions, and for the commission too for wanting to learn about this very difficult but super important topic. So
Thank you, Sarah. And we appreciate your service on the Environmental Sustainability Committee.
Hi, I'm Patty Edwards. I live at 783 Abbey Street, and this is pretty interesting. I remember when these basins were all being built. I used to live in Beverly Hills. But my question is very basic, like down to the neighborhood core. Our neighborhood I live is North Poppleton, but they're starting to redo the sewers there. We have no understanding about what's to come down the pipe. How much money do you guys have to redo our sewers that are 100 years old? I walk around the neighborhood at night, I can smell them. You can smell it, they reek. My sewer's backed up into the basement. They're saying, well, the city has about enough money to do a mile a year. And we have 23 unimproved roads with aging sewers. So what's the plan? I mean, can you pass a bond to fix what's below the street and then argue with the residents later how they want to put the streets back together? And I don't know, I maybe get misinformation from our fire chief. He told me that my fire hydrant could water my lawn but not put a fire out at my house. Those are his exact words. I understand he's not working for Birmingham anymore, but it was very confusing to hear that. We just had a fire in our neighborhood just recently, a couple blocks away, and it turned out to be, luckily, a fire hydrant they had just replaced that didn't work a month prior to that. So my questions about the sewers are really basic. Is our water main going to collapse? Is our sewer going to collapse? And when are we going to have the funds to fix it? If they fix Wimbledon and put in bigger pipes, are we going to get more flooding? So that's what I want to know. And I think that's kind of, this is a kind of esoteric here. So anyway, that's my question.
Ms. Ecker, you want to address the fire hydrant or?
The fire hydrant, well, I understand what you're saying, that you were told that some information. I do want to assure everybody that we did, and Melissa Coda, help me if I get this terminology wrong, but we had in 2024, ending and up to and including the beginning of 2025, a full survey done, assessment of all of our fire hydrants and all of our water valves in the entire city. And so we are very clear. There were a very small number of things that were issues that have all been resolved or in the process of being resolved. Overall, as you know, we have an ISO rating of 2 for the fire service. And that, the largest part of that is made up out of the quality and the, I don't know how to say this, the quality of our water system and the ability of our water system to do what it needs to do, to provide safe drinking water and to provide strong fire protection for the community. So we have no reason to believe that there's any issue, and that's an independent outside consulting firm that did that ISO rating that has indicated that. We also had, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the right word, an audit done by Eagle? Yes. Earlier this year as well of our water system, which we successfully completed, passed, whatever the right wording is. So we do not believe that there are any significant water
But
situations.
That's a relief, because when you hear it from the fire chief himself, it's a little disconcerting. And so.
We, like I said, we do have a hydrant assessment, we have a valve assessment, we have an audit from Eagle that was all done this year.
Okay, well, that's a relief. So what is the plan going forward? Are you just going to do a mile a year on the sewers? Or, you know, this $36 million bond you wanted to put forward for the senior center, wouldn't it be more useful to put a bond forward to pass money to fix our infrastructure? And then we could get it all done at once, and we wouldn't have to worry about one pipe being bigger than the other and overflowing? Why don't we take care of this first before we talk about building new buildings? I mean, I think that's, a lot of people in my neighborhood have asked that question.
So when we get to it, we'll show you what we have planned for 2026 for our capital improvement spending, which includes a significant increase in money for sewer and water. And as to bonding, that's a discussion the commission has to have, because there are issues about how rapidly you have to spend bonded money, how we would have to increase the tax rate to citizens to pay it back, and the fact that you can't actually tear up everything in the city at once. But that is a discussion that the commission is going to have. So,
Okay.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, if you'll come to the microphone, please name and address, and then we're going to, after you, we're going to take a Mr. Or Ms. Barrett who's online. So.
Okay. I'm David Hawker. I live on Pilgrim. Just an observation and kind of the flip side of my neighbor on Abbey. I think a lot of the water drainage issues are somewhat self-inflicted. We have much faster runoffs with larger homes, steeper roof lines, the slick pavements that we have, concrete, asphalt. And we're moving water a lot faster than we've ever have before. And perhaps we ought to start taking an opposite view of how do we slow it down? Do we put in rain gardens? And when we approve these larger homes, have those rain gardens, instead of being just public, have that be part of the ordinance, that needs to be retained on the site. Just an idea. But and coupled with that, we have these sewers that are being replaced in the roads. The lines themselves are being increased in size. And so, yes, we have a design that's supposed to accept all of this water, but we, as Birmingham, don't have the capacity to hold it in the pipes because we're already undersized because we're so slow in getting the infrastructure replaced. Just my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. or Ms. Barrett online?
Yes, I was going to actually say exactly what you just said, but I'm also not, I know we're out of time, When the authorities come back to discuss or present, I'd like to understand what the interplay with the Birmingham Schools Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, the MS4 is, because I know every time they redo their parking lots, there's a retention system under there, but my understanding is only goes to the schools, so I'm wondering if there's not, why that is, and if there's not capacity with working together. So.
Thank you. All right, you had a little bit more presentation about the Rain Smart
Yeah,
pilot.
I think it's mentioned in your presentation. I don't know if you have.
Yeah, and if you could go through that rapidly, please.
I'll be
I'm
very
sorry.
rapid and much less technical and easier to understand. Melissa Tauby, I'm really glad to be here. So the Rain Smart Rebates pilot, this gentleman really teed me off nicely. So in 2024, our office kicked off a 2-year pilot program, was partially funded by the Board of Commissioners and the Drainage District itself for the GWK, where we were able to incentivize homeowners, because 63% of that drainage district is residential, and it is now not impervious. It's full of homes, roofs, garage roofs, sidewalks, roads to get there, businesses with parking lots. All of those areas used to take that rainwater and suck it in and infiltrate it. Now it's running off into your sewers. So in an area with 63% residential, what can we do? We can incentivize homeowners to keep as much of that rainwater as possible on their property. That's what this does. We say, hey, if you get a rain barrel, plant a tree, or build a rain garden, we're gonna pay you back. And not only that, we're gonna have somebody come out and do a site assessment to test your soil, to meet with you, to make sure that you plant the right stuff for the area that you're in. It's very thoughtful, it's very well-done program. Unfortunately, this is the end of it. It was a 2-year pilot program. We're looking for more funding right now, but I also just wanna put a bug in your ear that would be a great program for your municipality to replicate on a city level. I think you could do it, and I think we would love to meet with you if you were interested. And then I won't go through these numbers because rapid, so let's just go to my next slide. Last one. Okay. I've heard a few people mention today that there is interest in attending perhaps an event where you could see a retention treatment basin. That is wonderful news to us. We are gonna do that. I'm meeting with city officials later this week, and we're planning an Earth Day event at the Birmingham RTB. We're gonna partner with Friends of the Rouge because part of their river runs through it, and because that will get more people there. So I look forward to hopefully hosting all of you, and I'm very excited to see how much people want to learn more about this system and how it works, because that helps us to do our jobs better too. Thank you.
Thank you. And then if we can, thank you.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Melissa Fairburn, Assistant City Manager, and I guess from the staff perspective, in anticipation of where some of the questions from Oakland County Water Commission would go, we wanted to have information prepared for you about our city infrastructure and how the investment in that city infrastructure is working. So we prepared some simple slides for you tonight, just trying to show overall where the city is going and where we are trending with our spending on the very important topic of infrastructure. So if you look back to fiscal year 2020, so that'd be from July 1 of 2019 through June 30th of 2020, we were only at about $5.2 million of infrastructure spending. That encompasses sidewalks, major street funds, local street funds, our sewer funds, and our water funds. And over time, we have made a very concerted effort to increase that spending. With the current fiscal year that we're in right now, we are looking in our budget at $18.4 million invested in that infrastructure. If you want to look at a breakdown, every year where that money is going shifts a little bit. And it depends on what are the major infrastructure projects that the city has undertaken in that year. For instance, when I put the slide together, something that jumped out at me was how much we spent on sidewalks in fiscal year 23. That was because we were doing the South Old Woodward project, which widened our sidewalks. It narrowed the walking space for pedestrians to cross the street. There are streetlights and benches. But then if you look at the current fiscal year we're in, we're putting major investments into our major street infrastructure at the moment. And to pull it back to water and sewer, this year, out of the total $18.4 million that's being invested in the city's infrastructure, 4.6 million of it is coming from our sewage fund, and another 3.2 is from our water fund. That's a significant investment on the part of the city commission, into serving you, the residents, and those like very basic life and safety needs that you have in the city. And because it wouldn't be an infrastructure talk without talking about our roads, we also pulled together, and it was actually more difficult than we imagined it would be to get this data, how many miles of road is either being cape sealed, having asphalt or concrete replacement where they find like a slab that's degraded and replace just that, like a spot, and those major reconstruction projects. And what we're happy to report to you is that once again, we are significantly increasing the amount of miles of road that are getting treated in the city from back in, the early 2020s to now. So last year, the fiscal year that just completed on June 30th, that was 5.53 miles of road that saw treatment of some form from the city, an improvement of some form from the city. This year going forward, we are looking at 4.8 miles. And if you have any questions about that, Melissa and I can
Commissioner Bowman.
address them.
Yeah, no question, just a comment, and this is somewhat political. This commission that you're looking at has been more advocating more for spending more, and we need, if you look at this on a historical basis, you go back even farther. This is owing to the recognition by this commission that we need to do this, and the pressure we put on the city administration, and they're responding beautifully, and we expect to keep this up and have even more elaborate, let's say, more detailed plans so that the community knows what we're doing. So thank you to everyone, and especially thank you to my fellow commissioners for this commitment.
And thank you, Mr. Nash, and your staff very much for your time and all the voluminous and overwhelming information that you shared this evening. And with that, it is 7:29. Commissioner Host?
I'd like to thank Commissioner Nash for coming. We would like to work with you because apparently we're having water in our basements, and we would hope that your group might be able to help us get rid of the water in our basements.
Thank you. And closing comment, Commissioner Haig?
Again, thank you as well. Next time, I'd like to also talk about clean water, because we didn't have time for that, and there are a whole bunch of questions about that in my mind, and probably others as well. So thank you. Let's do this again soon.
All right.
I just wanted to give you my phone number. My cell phone is 248-842-6185. Call me if I can ever help you with anything. And we'll look forward to meeting you guys again.
Thank you. And with that, it's 7:30. We are adjourned. We'll take a 5-minute recess before we start our regular meeting. Again, I would like to call to order the Birmingham City Commission regular meeting of September 8, 2025, here in the Municipal Building at 151 Martin Street at 7:41 p.m. Would you please all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Brown, please call the roll.
Mayor Therese Long.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Here.
Commissioner Katie Schaefer. Here. Commissioner Emrine.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, confirmations, administration of oath, introduction of guests, and announcements. We have two announcements this evening. The first one is we have a proclamation declaring September 2025 to be National Recovery Awareness Month.
Got it.
Whereas according to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's 2023 National Survey on Drug Use and Health, 48 million people had a substance use disorder in the United States, yet fewer than 15% received treatment. And whereas Michigan reported a 34% reduction in overdose fatalities from 2023 to 2024, marking the third consecutive year decline, perhaps related to the increased availability of naloxone kits. And whereas recovery benefits individuals with substance use disorders by focusing on their abilities to live, work, learn, and fully participate in and contribute to society, enriching our community culture. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Birmingham hereby recognizes September as National Recovery Month and calls upon individuals, agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to commit to increasing awareness and understanding of substance abuse and the need for appropriate and accessible services to promote recovery. We also have a proclamation declaring September 2025 to be National Suicide Prevention Month. And whereas September is known as National Suicide Prevention Month and is intended to help raise awareness surrounding suicide prevention resources available in the community, and whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone, regardless of age, gender, race, orientation, income level, religion, or background, and whereas suicide is one of the leading causes of death in the United States, and whereas Michigan reported 1,503 deaths by suicide in 2023, with 162 of these individuals residing in Oakland County. We recognize that organizations like the National Alliance on Mental Illness and the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which is 988, work to help individuals in crisis. And whereas the City of Birmingham supports the commitment of the Oakland County Health Network to being a zero suicide organization, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Birmingham recognizes September 2025 as National Suicide Prevention Month and calls upon our individuals, agencies, and public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to commit to increasing awareness and understanding of suicide prevention and the need for appropriate and accessible services to assist individuals in crisis. We now move to appointments, and we have a member asking for renewed appointment to the Advisory Parking Committee as a regular member, professional firm member, to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire September 4th, 2028. Ms. Lisa Silverman.
Via Zoom, perhaps?
Pardon?
Zoom, perhaps?
Had planned on being here this evening. Is apparently not available. However,
somebody's there.
Oh, there we go. Would we please call on 192280? Hello?
Is that, hello?
Hello, is this Ms. Silverman?
Yes, this is Ms. Silverman.
Thank you. Thank you for being here virtually this evening. Would you like to take a minute to tell us why you are interested in being reappointed?
Well, hopefully I've been helpful. I've been a member for, I think, 6 years. Or maybe 9 years, I'm not sure. I've seen a lot of changes since I've been on the committee, I think all for the better, so
hopefully I've been a good resource, and I'd like to continue.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Silverman?
I like her comments.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I would love to. I'd like to appoint Lisa Silberman to the Advisory Parking Committee as a regular member, professional firm member, to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire September 4th, 2028.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Congratulations, Ms. Silverman. You have been reappointed, and you can get with the clerk at your convenience to be sworn in.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. We also have a renewal appointment to the Museum Board. Judith Kiefer, who the commission wanted to speak to in person because of some concerns about attendance. Ms. Kiefer is not, again, available this evening, so as we did before, penned again. So we will take no action on that one until she is available. All right, and then we move to introduction of staff for the engineering department.
Good evening, City Commission. I'd like to bring forward Brian Balke. He's the newest member of the engineering department as the senior engineering technician. He joined the city on June 9th of 2025. Prior to working in the city of Birmingham, Brian actually worked at the city of Troy for 25 years in their engineering department. With that, his prior experience included being a surveyor at the city, a surveyor technician for their capital improvement projects. Also at the city of Troy, he filled in where as needed, including inspection on projects, final grade inspections, and responded to residents' concerns about projects and general engineering. Brian has been a great asset to the engineering department here at the city of Birmingham since starting. He's filled in quickly and completed projects quickly since being here. He's also stepped up a few times where we've had an inspector that's been sick or planned vacation. He's filled in on that project. He's been a great asset to the department, and we're glad he joined the city.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to introduce yourself and say a few words.
I'm Brian, of course.
All right.
There's a few words. I'm happy to be here and looking to contribute any way I can on all the future projects coming up. Thank you.
Well, it sounds
Thank
like
you.
our gain is Troy's loss, so thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we now move to open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment about something that is not on this evening's agenda, you are welcome to come to the microphone and state your name and address. Or if you're participating virtually, you can use the raise your hand function.
Thank you. I guess we're on, right?
Yes.
My name is Thomas December. I live at 921 North Adams Road, right between Abbey and Wimbledon. And as you all know, there's been a tremendous construction project going on Adams Road for the last 2 to 3 months. And obviously, I'm right on Shepherd Bush, which is parallel to Adams. So it's been enlightening and kind of stressful when you see this huge machinery and digging up the ground and shutting off the road, et cetera. But I would like to comment that Corey Borton, is that his name, Corey? Who was part of the engineering department, who was the project manager of this particular project, done an absolutely great job in communicating to the residents. I live in the condominium, Abbey Terraces condominium that runs parallel, and he was right on it, and he had good communication with the emails that went out to all the residents, and it was really terrific what he did, okay? And the results are tremendous. The road is super. You got a new lane there, a left lane that should greatly reduce the risk of left turn accidents, et cetera, et cetera. And the engineering department really did a tremendous job. And as a representative of the Abbey Terraces Condominium Association, all I can say is thank you. Great job.
Thank you for taking the time to let us know. We appreciate that, and it's great to hear.
And, you know, Corey was here. He
I know,
left.
he was just out in the hall.
Yep,
He's just-
but we'll let him know.
Pass along your kind words.
We shall.
Find them.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment in the room or online this evening? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Do we have any commissioners who wish to pull any items this evening? Commissioner Haig.
E-echo.
E-echo. Anyone else? Does anyone in the public wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? All right, we only have one. Could we please have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the omission of item E.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any comments on the motion? Any comments on the motion in the room? Ms. Brown, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Katie Schaefer?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrew Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Jason Emrine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Haig, would you like to address item E now?
Yes, thank you. Just really quick. Jeff?
Yes.
Got the easy question for you, actually. I saw in the email that you sent.
Well, Commissioner Haig, could you state for the public what the item is?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Okay, so item E is the resolution to set a public hearing date on October the 6th at 4:30 to consider condemnation of the structures at 611 Elm as unfit for human habitation, etc. In the email that's in the package, I just want to double check because you actually mentioned 635 Elm, 880 Bowers, and 874 Bowers. That's all the same parcel, same building, or how are those three linked? Because we only have it for one address here.
Correct. I'll clarify that. 635 is actually 611 Elm, but 880 and 874 Bowers, they are two separate parcels. Little confusion went on. I guess to kind of explain a little bit more, the intent was these three buildings would be demolished when Fred Lavery, because they're the building owner of the three parcels, were talking to the neighboring when they were going to, when the dealership's going to get under construction, they were working a deal out to demolish all three of these parcels. And the only one building in question is 611, which is in the poor shape that needs, we're asking for the,
okay.
So they were going to demolish all of them, but the only one that we are requiring at this time to be demolished is the Elm Street one.
Yeah, it's
because of
fine. It's just because I saw one address, then three addresses. I just wanted to clarify it, and maybe anyone else had a similar question, like three, then there's one. So
Yeah.
that's fine. Thank you. That's actually the only question I got for the building side of things, other than we probably shouldn't have let it take this long because those pictures are vile. The question I have actually for the city manager, are they in arrears for taxes or anything on this property, or are they up to date? Because
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, interesting. All right, I'm done.
All right, well, then would you like to make the suggestion?
Yeah, motion to approve the resolution to set a public hearing date of October the 6th, 2025 at 4:30 in the afternoon to consider condemnation of the structures at 611 Elm Street, parentheses, AKA 635 Elm Street, close, as unfit for human habitation and a menace to the health, morals, and/or safety of the public, and as a public nuisance requiring demolition.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion from the commission? Any comment on the motion from the public? Any comment online? Using the raise your hand function. I see none. Ms. Brown, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Emrine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the city manager's report. We do not have one at this meeting. We just had one the last meeting. And then unfinished business, of which we have none. We move to new business, and that is a resolution to direct city staff to revise Chapter 10, Article 2, Multimodal Transportation Board as clarified, defined, and directed by the commission. And I will start with Ms. Ecker, and then we'll move to Mr. Dupuy. Do you have anything to say, Ms. Ecker?
Actually, you were going to handle this, were you not? I can if you want. With regards to the multimodal, yes? You did
If you
have
want,
time.
no, if you want me to, I
Yeah,
will.
please.
All right, then Ms. Kuchera, please. Thank you.
So in watching the last multimodal board meeting, it became apparent that there's a number of members, if not all members, of the board do not believe that it is clear what their role, responsibility, purpose, scope of activity ought to be or should be. There's been different directives given from commissions in the past as to what they wanted this board to be or not to be. And some of that has been conveyed to the board members, but they definitely don't have clarity and surety as to what their roles are. The staff members from planning will bring an agenda forward to the board members, and the board members are still struggling as to whether or not they're fulfilling the requirements under the ordinance or not by what has been presented on an agenda for them. So it is very clear that this board is struggling to understand its role, and the only entity to define that role is the city commission. At this time, it is defined by ordinance, but I believe that ordinance was drafted back when multimodal board began, and there was a different purpose and study session. I don't have that history as well as Mr. Dupuy does. But in any case, at the last meeting, it was suggested we put a moratorium on any further meetings, meaning just to pause until this body looks at the ordinance and with certainty defines the roles, responsibilities, scope of authority for the board members so that they can do their jobs according to the city commission's direction. All right, Mr. Dupuy, you're up.
Cool. Thanks, everyone. Planning Director Nick Dupuy here. I recognize that I'm sort of actually kind of the newcomer to multimodal here, with 3 commissioners having sat on that board and our city manager, Janet Ecker, having created the board, frankly, in 2013. So I did my best to sort of build a background for you in this memo so that you had a little bit more information as to how we got here today beyond what the city attorney and city manager have explained to you so far. So generally speaking, the early 2000s is when this complete streets concept came into planning circles around the country. We didn't catch on until about 2011, and that's not to say we were behind or that we were too late or anything like that. It only caught on in Michigan generally in 2010 with the Public Act 151. And shortly after, in 2011, we passed our own complete streets resolution to do a number of things, but especially to shift the focus away from automobiles when we're talking about capital improvement projects to include those modes of specifically pedestrian, bicycle, and transit users. So shortly thereafter, that sort of promulgated the development of our multimodal transportation plan, which was adopted in 2013. Lots of goals in that plan. It's a pretty good plan, somewhat relevant still. I'll get to that in a little bit. It was the first of its kind in Birmingham. And shortly after, based on actually a recommendation in the plan, our Multimodal Transportation Board was formed in 2014. As a brief aside, I thought as I was prepping for this meeting, I'd just check around locally, some neighbors, Southeast Michigan, Michigan generally. There's really not a lot of multimodal transportation boards in this area. Now, whether or not it's that their planning commission or planning board handles this types of work, that's what I've yet to discover. But hopefully you maybe provide us some time to do so we can kind of get an idea of what other people do as well. So not a lot of multimodal specific boards in this area, so we're unique in that regard as well. After that, it was about 10 years, 2023 was the next time we did some level of multimodal planning. That was a part of the Birmingham Plan 2040 Comprehensive Master Plan. One of the recommendations out of many in that plan related to multimodal transportation planning is to update that multimodal transportation plan, which now is 12 years old. Now, that's not to say that it wasn't valid, that a lot of the stuff still doesn't apply, but a lot has changed. Technology, COVID, the way things move, the way our city has progressed has changed a lot. So this culminated, I think, into what City Attorney Kuchera was mentioning about the multimodal board struggles recently. It did come to a head on that August 7th meeting, but what I wanted to at least let you know is these questions have been raised several times at the Multimodal Transportation Board. I think we've made efforts to try to clarify, but it's come a little bit far now, and I think, to their point, it's a little above our heads, I guess, if you say at this point. We're looking for some direction from you, and which led to this moratorium. We mentioned at the last meeting that it is just a pause. Moratorium is kind of a strong word, but we're just looking for a brief pause. And what's a little different in my report than what was discussed during the moratorium conversation was just a couple of sections you described in your moratorium language. I'm suggesting maybe while we're in this pause, in this brief pause, that we might do well to study the whole ordinance. I think, generally speaking, it's a good ordinance, but it was translated from that former Traffic and Safety Board ordinance, which for 50 years didn't change, from 1963 to the adoption of the Multimodal Transportation Board language. So I think there are still some vestiges of that board that we might be able to move on from, if I may say so. We've got access to a lot more knowledge these days, really high-powered consultants, and frankly, lots of policies that have changed in the city since then. So what I've asked here, and what we're asking, I think, as a city staff, is to have this conversation tonight. Hopefully I've built a little bit of a background for you to work from, and just perhaps allow us a little bit of time to review the ordinance as a whole and see what we can come up with, something that suits our modern needs based on our current master plans and our plans for the future. And I think that's it for me, and of course I'll remain available for questions should you have them.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kucharik or Ms. Ecker, would you please review what is the role of a board of this nature?
Yes, this particular ordinance, which is Chapter 110, Section 31, says that the Multimodal Transportation Board is a non-administrative board serving solely in an advisory capacity. So what that means is they review projects, they give their recommendation, they pass it along to you. None of their findings or decisions are final, but rather they go to you as advice on what you should do, and you, as a city commission, have the authority and the ability and the right to make the final decision on any transportation project. The multimodal board does not. Essentially, it also says that they may make recommendations to the city commission, but may not assume any legislative or administrative authority of the city commission or any department or board established by the city commission, except as specifically provided in this chapter. I will say that one thing that has come up a lot is in the next section in this ordinance, so 110-32. It talks about how the purpose of the multimodal board shall be to assist in maintaining the safe and efficient movement of motorized and non-motorized vehicles and pedestrians on the streets and walkway of the city, and to advise the city commission on the implementation of the multimodal transportation plan, including reviewing project phasing and budgeting. I will say that this is one area, I think, where there's some dissension among the board members on the multimodal board, and maybe between what the commission's wants to clarify for this ordinance, because as you know, the city commission has the authority to determine what amount of money will be spent on what in any given year. So the city commission approves the budget. You dictate how much money, in the slides you saw earlier tonight, are going to be used for capital improvements, how much of that will be for sidewalks, for water, for sewers, for roads, et cetera. That is not the role of the multimodal board. But what they've come up with is occasionally there'll be discussions on, well, this element costs more than this element, and they make a determination as they weigh that into their decision when they send you their advice. They don't get to decide, however, what the maximum amount is that we will spend on a project, but they can give advice. So I think some clarity might be in order with regards to the project phasing and budgeting, to make it abundantly clear that it's the city commission that controls the overall capital improvement budget. And for instance, so if you've allocated, let's say, $1 million for a road project in any year, maybe the best way to say it would be that the multimodal board then looks at that road project, looks at all of the design elements. If it comes across, as it has recently, that, wow, what we thought when we did the budget was going to cost $1 million is coming in this year at $2 million, then perhaps what you want from them is a review and a priority system of what's the most important thing. Because if we only have $1 million, and that's what the commission has approved in their budget, what would they like to see involved in that and their ranking of priorities, for instance? So there's been a lot of dissension along those lines. Then there's also some purpose and duties that talks about what the role of the board is. I think the fundamental marching orders, though, is that the board is advisory only. So it reviews, does not make policy. That's your job to make policy. They don't adopt the multimodal plan. They review the multimodal plan and they attempt to apply it to projects and then give you their recommendation as to how it best should be applied, and then you have the final decision. So it's not the same as, say, the planning board, where site plans go to the planning board for review and the planning board makes the final decision, unless it was a special land use, in which case it would come to you. It's not the same as, say, the Board of Zoning Appeals, where the Board of Zoning Appeals makes the final decision on behalf of the city, and then anything appealed from there on goes to the courts, right? So this is an advisory capacity board only with no policy-making authority. Should you want that to change, let us know, but I think that's kind of where the fundamental areas of concern have been with some of the discussions that have gone on at the multimodal board. You know, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but Ms. Kucharik and myself both attended a multimodal board when this kind of started coming up, and it was maybe November or December of last year, to try to clarify what the ordinance provides. And I think that there's a few areas maybe where we could clarify it, change the language, clean it up a little bit more to make it abundantly clear.
And boards of this type, their agendas are set by the commission direction and city staff.
Correct.
Right? They do not set their own agendas or decide what they review. They review what we ask them to review.
Correct. And there was some discussion at the last meeting as to whether they would want to disband themselves. So let's just say, for example, I'm not sure why that was thrown out there, but if the commission wished to disband the multimodal board, which I'm not suggesting, but if you, that would be a decision of the city commission. If you want to decide whether the board remains or whether the roles and responsibilities of the board change, that's up to you. And it would have to be adopted through ordinance language in Chapter 110.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Just a question on procedure. I have plenty to say about this, but we have 4 members of the multimodal board here. I believe it's a 7-member board, so that represents a quorum. I wonder, are we intending to take comments from them individually? And if we are, I just would like to know that and possibly know when, because we can start talking and then, you know, I mean, they're the best ones to explain to us what their confusion is.
Correct.
Agreed. So as far as that, there being a quorum, I don't believe that the presence of a quorum is important. And that's because they're not gathering as a body to deliberate and make decisions. They're here to provide you information for you to make decisions.
All right. So I would like to, I'll take comments from all the commissioners, and then we can open it up to comments from them as.
And there was one other part. I
Okay.
agree with everything city manager has said, but also too, looking at section 11032, it enumerates 11 very specific technical activities as part of the purpose and duties. That too seems to need clarity as to how detailed and technical of a dive the commission wants this board to do on projects, and are they to define that purpose and scope per project, or should that be defined by commission per project or staff per project?
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Long.
So I kind of get where this is coming from. I served on the board, Commissioner Haig did, Commissioner Schaefer did, for 2 years before I was elected. And when I was elected to the commission, we were just coming up on the new way that we were doing roads, from the old way, which was people got together, did a petition, which is still alive and well and can be done, to where the city was like, we need to start prioritizing, and so everybody knows why we did what we did with regard to trying to tackle that. And I think that this commission has struggled with how to do that, and I think that that's kind of flowing through to the multimodal board. And that's one of the reasons why we're going to have a workshop, and we're going to talk about it, and we're going to try and improve the process. But as those things came to us, we had a lot of community involvement. We had a lot of heated discussions with members of the community. And so that affected kind of how we made our decisions for Wimbledon, for Arlington and Shirley. And those decisions were affected greatly by those outside influences, and also our grappling with how we're going to deal with the fact that we've got 23 more miles to go. And I think from the multimodal board, they're like, wait a second, we recommended you do this, and you guys go the next day or next evening when you have your next meeting, and you kind of went a little bit left field or right field, because again, we're grappling with this, and we're trying to get projects done, because Arlington and Shirley had a 100-year-old sewer, and we were worried about, that needed to be replaced because it was a 4-inch water main and what have you. We had a fire on that street while we were doing that street. So I get it. I get where the frustration is coming from, but I will say that some of the other things that we have done, putting streets aside, I know over by the Willets, with that intersection, there was comments from the commission. I think this should go back to the multimodal board first and have them give their opinion. And we did that. So we value your opinion. I value your opinion. I know from having served on the board, sometimes that it's a little frustration that you think things should be, you spend a lot of time, you're donating your time, and you may not feel like you're being heard. But the last two groupings of streets we've done over the last 2 years have been challenging, and we've been grappling with it. And so I just want to make sure, and I want to hear from all of you, because maybe I'm off base, but I think where it's coming from is that you're not feeling like you're being heard or appreciated, or that we're letting you do what you're doing, and then we go maybe a little bit right field or left field on a certain project. So with that said, if that's part of the frustration, I get it. I think that we're trying to do better as a commission. That's why we're going to have this workshop coming up on roads and what have you, and trying to figure out how to grapple with it. Are we going to do a bond? Is there a different way to make the cake? I don't know, but we're certainly going to try and grapple with that. But so if it's from that perspective, if there are other things I want to hear about it, but from that perspective, I get it. Like, I understand why they would feel the way they would, having served on the board for 2 years before I was elected.
All right, Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, so I think I'll look forward to hearing from the board about what their grievances, if that's what I'll use that word is, or what their confusion is about what the role is. I did sit on that board for 4 years. It was prior to the implementation of the roads, as Commissioner Long mentioned. I remember being in those meetings, and it was always, well, the commission will ultimately decide. So we had fun sort of contemplating different ways things could go. It was like choose A, choose B, choose C. And we would deliberate over why one was better than the other without any regard to cost. We had no idea how much anything was going to cost. We were looking at it purely from what could be, and then it was like, well, the commission will decide. That was always the narrative, and we were content with that narrative. Because we were there as an advisory board, and we got to have fun saying, well, we could do that, if it made sense financially, not quite knowing exactly where that was going to go. And so I'll be interested to hear how things have changed. I do think that the roads have been highly contentious, and I'm often told in my business where when I'm having a difficult day, people say to me, heavy is the head that wears the crown. And I think that's where we sit. where we have to face residents to make decisions, that are difficult. And I think maybe the residents are confused with what the purview of the multimodal board is, because maybe the residents felt like, well, the multimodal board said it was going to be this, not understanding that there could be an ultimate change when it gets here. So maybe there's also, as we work through this ordinance and defining it more properly, maybe there's also an opportunity to educate the public that while the multimodal board hears and deliberates on possible solutions, it is the ultimate goal of the city commission to make a decision. And I always enjoyed my time. It was rarely contentious. We never argued with city staff. We treated everybody very respectfully, and I made friends on that board. I really enjoyed my time. There was never a time where I left a meeting angry or upset or confused or feeling like I wasn't being heard. So I'm curious how it's changed since I was there. It's been 4 years since I was there. But I think we put a lot of stock in what you all have as the time to deliberate over the different ideas, where we would love to do that, but our time is limited because our scope is broader. So we rely on the boards to just do that deliberation for us and dig a little deeper and then bring it back to us. People ask me all the time, like, what's going on in that building? What's happening over there? What's going in there? I'm like, y'all, we don't make every decision in this community. Talk to Nick. He probably knows what's going on, but we do make policy decisions. Those are very, very different than what new exercise thing is going into a building. So anyway, I'm curious to hear from the multimodal board. I feel like, you're all my progeny, our successors, if you will. And so I was disappointed to hear that there was dissension because you guys are volunteers, and I understand that the roads were contentious and you took a lot of heat from the residents, for sure. And that heat transferred right to us, I think, and they turned the volume up slightly. So anyway, I'm supportive of reworking it so it makes sense and everybody feels like they understand their purview, and I look forward to the discussion. So.
Commissioner Emery?
I was wondering, can we hear from Commissioner Haig if he has any comments first? Just
Because you served?
Because he served. That's all. That's the only reason. I wanted to hear.
I was going to hold back and
it's
hear
okay.
what everyone else had to say, actually.
All right, I just have two
thoughts.
I have two quick things before we hear from the board and everybody else. One thing is, I was wondering if you could, Janet, remind us who the staff liaisons are to the board. Is it planning, engineering, and police? Are they there
Yes,
every
there's
single
three.
time?
And the traffic and safety board used to be police only because it only dealt with vehicles pretty much. And then when the multimodal plan came in and it looked at all these other things to be considered, so now there's a city planning representative, there's a city engineering representative, and a police department representative, and those three work together collectively to make sure all of the issues are considered.
And then my second thing is a question, maybe, and it doesn't have to be answered now, maybe it's answered from the multimodal board members when they come up, to use Jana's example of the $1 million in the budget, but maybe something costs $2 million. So if the multimodal board is evaluating something and they're like, this is better or safer or whatever it might be, but it exceeds the budget, like maybe they don't know about it, Katie just mentioned that. How does that conversation go from them at $2 million, but the commission only did $1 million in the budget? And then how does that conversation go back and forth? And how long does that take back and forth? Hopefully someone can provide more clarity to me on that, if that is the process that actually happens, if that is something that we want them to do.
Well, I think that Commissioner Schaefer summed it up before, that really it was not done in the past with a view to cost, more a view to what were the priorities of the community, without a specific dollar amount attached. Okay. And I think more and more as we've shifted the funding model, or well, I shouldn't say the funding model, but as we've shifted our procedure where it used to be that only if 50% of the street wanted to move forward with the special assessment, we would do it, because then you already had buy-in from at least half the street. Whereas now that we've shifted and said, look, we need to fix our infrastructure, the city can pick a street. It's gotten harder because all of a sudden you don't have that built-in 50% or 51% that's already in favor of paying for it. But that particular funding issue is a completely separate issue in a separate ordinance that deals with special assessments and how we're going to pay for that.
I just will add that I'm interested to hear from everybody tonight, and I'm interested to talk about this ordinance. That's
Right.
it.
And the way it works right now is staff presents a series of options to the Multimodal Transportation Board. They evaluate the options, they evaluate pros and cons, then they make their recommendations. But all of those options still come to the commission with the, that's having been reviewed, but with the one that they selected being the one that's recommended if staff also agrees with that, correct? Staff may say multimodal recommended this, but we have concerns about that. So we still get the breadth of the picture, but they do all the nitty-gritty of the various options. Okay. Commissioner Host, did you have any remarks?
Well, number one, I want to thank Commissioner Emmerine for being such a gentleman and deferring to Commissioner Haig. I will do the same thing, but I do want to say a few things. One, I want to thank the city attorney for saying this is a pause for us to have come up with a moratorium and not had another term, which is much better, like a pause. I'm sorry we didn't do that. And of course, the money rules. I don't know how many boards we have. We only have 2 boards that are not advisory to my knowledge. So, 95% of them are advisory. And of course, I defer to Commissioner Haig, but most importantly, I only want to hear from the multimodal board members.
All right. Commissioner Waller? Mayor
Yeah, I'll
Waller?
make it really fast because we'll be talking more. I do want to hear from them. I think this is all, goes back to our changing the way we do unimproved streets. The heat that these guys are taking, they should not be taking heat. And we should not be redesigning a road at 11 o'clock at night to, So I want to hear, I definitely want to hear what they have to say. The answer to this partially may be in rewriting this ordinance, but if you ask me, the answer to this problem is better planning, much farther out in advance, for us to reevaluate funding mechanisms, to have better communication, plan these things, not the month before we're going to, the day before we're going to issue the RFP or whatever we do. These should be planned far in advance, and that's going to take a lot of pressure off of everyone. So.
Okay, Commissioner Haig.
A lot of things already. Sorry, I got a frog in my throat, so that's why I was going to probably be coughing a bit. A lot of things said that are important, relevant. The scope of an advisory board, having sat on this particular one, was kind of, as Commissioner Schaefer said, it was interesting to go through different options. I think our world here in the city has changed somewhat potentially since the 3 of us were there. It's definitely changed since this was originally written. And one of the things that I think I would value a lot is the ability for the multimodal board to not just look at the options, but to actually get deeper and deeper into what the financials are and what the financial impacts are and what the financial options are. Now, I asked for benchmarking of other communities around the area for our projects, our Birmingham projects, because we've benchmarked what we paid in the past. I actually don't care what we paid in the past. I care about what our peers pay today for the same project, because I feel that there is the well-known Birmingham premium, and so this is something where I look at projects, multimodal projects, changes in multimodal, where an advisory board can actually advise us best if they can do research, and especially on finances. Because to your point about if the budget says X and it comes back at 2X, we have a problem. If they're able to better inform themselves with benchmark data, understanding what the realities of today are, we can plan budgeting better, they can plan projects better, they can plan answers to projects better, instead of just saying, well, this looks like it's a really good solution. This is a good solution for reasons A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. This financial situation will occur here. Next one, this is good, second choice, this other financial situation, because ultimately, every single one of us that lives here has to pay for it somewhere along the line. So I want them to have much more input on what costs are as part of the decision and not just have a, I like this, because it says budget in here, and budgeting in section 32. I don't remember us talking a lot about budgeting when I was on multimodal. Maybe my memory is a little vague, but I want to have more feedback on cost. So that's one of the scope changes I would really appreciate from them, to be able to throw it into the decision. The decisions that are made come from here, but I want an advisory board to really advise on all aspects. So that's really where I'm coming from.
Ms. Kuchar.
Just for a point of clarification, there are only two boards that are allowed to have decision-making abilities, the BZA and Planning Commission, because those are statutorily guided through the Zoning Enabling Act, which is state law. It would be inappropriate to have legislative decisions made by a body that was not elected officials. So those two can occur because the state law allows for it.
Right. And that is not the type of committee or board that the Multimodal Transportation Board is. So we've had that discussion already about how you would get data. It is possible that maybe when engineering gives options to the planning board, they could provide to the multimodal board, they could provide recent benchmark data, but again, I mean, that is our purview, and that is, we can't have everything designed and bid to get actual costs. And I also understand your concern about the Birmingham premium. We can't fix that if necessarily by ourselves. We can recognize it, but we still put stuff out through Mitten, and we still get the bids that we get. And if we want to do a project, we can't reject all the bids and not do the project. We get the bids that we get. One of the reasons we get the bids that we get is because it is extraordinarily labor-intensive to do work in the city of Birmingham, because we have this kind of interaction and we have such high demands up from ourselves and from our residents, and contractors know that. And the ones who want to work here make sure that they are trying to cover their costs for doing that. Commissioner Long.
You reminded me of another point, and that is when things are before the multimodal board, like I remember a lot of option A, B, C, D, and we would everybody likes B, and that's our recommendation, but there's discussion of which I know I would go back and look at meetings after I got on the commission or what have you, but we do not have the wherewithal nor the financial ability to put a number on A, B, C, and D competitively so that we can then have the multimodal board know what the costs are. It's just not feasible. And so a lot of times B comes back to us, and if, let's say we adopt B as a commission, then we go out and get the costs then, or the costs are presented to us for B only. To put on Mitten for A, B, C, and D so that we can let them know what the costs are is just, it's an impossibility.
Right. We'd have to spend the money designing every option to get a quote. And
so to be clear, while I don't disagree with what Commissioner Haig said, because I would like to have them have as much knowledge as possible, it only benefits us. And we respect, their advisory opinion that comes to us. I don't know how far we can take that, given the limitations that we have to get financial costs.
No, but
I didn't ask for an exact cost, but an order of magnitude and an approximate cost estimate.
What the
decision.
engineering department could provide to the Multimodal Transportation Board is our cost experience, even though I know that's not exactly what you wanted, about when we did Shirley and Arlington, the costs were here because when we did, the Cape Seal is going to cost
X. That's the sort of data I'm looking for. It's not an exact number.
So they could understand what our experience was for similar options and similar projects, but even that is imperfect because there's not a lot of new stuff post-COVID, and because everything has its own constraints and conditions. As Ms. Coda said, Shirley and Arlington came in under because it was a huge project. Smaller, shorter segments of streets cost more because they're smaller projects. And we're really still not going to know what something costs until it goes out to bid, and you see how many people respond and what they want to charge you for it. And then we make that decision whether we want to move forward or not.
And then just to add to that point, you have to understand how the design process works. So when we start going on these conceptual design issues to the multimodal board, the engineering firms that we hire haven't even gone out there and done the topo for that particular area. So while it looks like it's similar to another street, there's always all these different, I'm not going to say it right from an engineering standpoint, but there's all these different factors and considerations that are involved, and we just don't have all of the data from an engineering standpoint to be able to come up with a detailed cost.
If I may ask a question about that. If that's the case, how do you come up with a budget? You said you got $1 million for the project, but you don't know what the project's actually going to be, but here's $1 million because I guess it's going to be the right number. There is an estimate put together for
There is an estimate put together.
What I'm looking for from the multimodal board is not to come back and say, it's $547.03. Is it $500? Is it $800? Is it $100? It's orders of magnitude and directional. If they have an understanding of what that is, then they've got a better understanding of what the community impact looks like that then helps us create a better policy. It's not an exact science that's been asked for. It's give them an order of magnitude and something to work with that is one of the factors that plays into the decisions we make. I don't think that's present in their discussion right now, and I think that's a void that we have learned needs to be filled. I want to hear from the four that are here, but I do think that the financial side of things has become very, very painfully evident to all of us in the city for every project that comes up. So let's get everybody that we can involved in weighing it out ahead of time. So as he said, we're not designing a road at 11 p.m. because that's when we got the final amount of the numbers.
Well, I'm going to take exception to that because I don't think the commission ad hoc on the fly designed a road. I think what we did was select a different lower cost option.
Rephrasing what somebody else already said.
And I'm going to take exception. I don't want people to think that we actually ad hoc redesigned a road because we did not. So that is a concern. So any other commissioner comments at this point? All right, then Mr. Dupuy.
Forgive me, I know you want to get to them, so just really quickly, sometimes what I feel like gets a little bit lost in the conversations about finances and budgeting is these projects are so complicated. We're talking about underground surfaces, curbs, sometimes sidewalks. And what I think you might be going for, Commissioner Haig, is the things that we discussed at the multimodal board, curb bump outs, painted bike lanes, bollards, protected lanes, shared use paths, they're kind of add-ons to these costs. So I think what we've seen in the past when we talk orders of magnitude, if we say we want to totally outfit a road project with curb bump outs to make it safer for pedestrians, well, that's maybe $4 signs, for example. But a painted bike lane, that's a little bit cheaper. It's just paint. I think those kinds of things get really lost in the overall budgeting for a road project, and that's really what I think the multimodal board is there for, is those multimodal improvements, not to necessarily worry about the cost of asphalt versus concrete or curbs versus no curbs. Now, there are multimodal implications for those, of course, but I think it just gets lost in the broader budget conversation. I thought it was important to at least mention.
Right, they are not the engineering department.
Really quickly, you just reminded me, so when I was on the board, I know we were talking about Eaton, and we were talking about paint versus a raised bike lane versus, other options. And there was discussion about costs. Well, if we're going to do a raised bike lane, it's going to cost more. There wasn't a dollar amount attached to it, but there was discussion that it was going to cost more. So at least for that particular project, I think that there was a discussion, so to speak, with regard to costs, and the multimodal board taking that into effect, along with safety, for, pedestrian safety, for bike riders, safety for people operating a roadway, et cetera. So there is, to a certain extent, that already there. Whether that needs to be fine-tuned or not, is further discussion. But I think, with that said, I think we should hear from any multimodal board members that want to speak.
All right, thank you. So if members of the multimodal board would like to approach the podium one at a time and make your remarks, we now invite you to do so.
Hi, I'm Gordon Davis. So I don't think we would have been here if it wasn't for the complete and unimproved road situation, yeah? So when we talk about budgets, this is not when we're talking about doing little projects and putting stop signs up and painting lines or whatever it may be. We go month on month with our team, and I think we do a really good job getting all the multimodal factors put into redesigning of the street already there. Our only problem came is when we were told that a road was going to be redone, and we understand why, because of the sewer and everything, and then the onus was put onto us whether it's improved or not improved, yeah, or unimproved. And we can't decide whether a road can be improved. It needs to be, what needed to be said to us was the road would be improved, come up with the best design, or the road would not be improved, come up with the best design, and then we can fulfill the requirements to do that. But you're asking, what we ended up with is a room full of people coming here protesting about whether they had to pay the surcharge to get improved, and then that puts the onus back on us, and then we end up in a mess because we don't know what we're supposed to do at this point. We have a master plan which says that a complete street plan which says that all these areas, we've got a map out there, shows all the roads which will be improved, yeah, and then no one abides by it. So when it came to Wimbledon, a few residents turn up, and suddenly all that plan goes out the window, yeah? And now we've got Wimbledon started. Now all of that neighbourhood doesn't make sense to make that improve when we have the little stretch leading onto Woodward left asphalt, yeah? So it feels that what we should have done right at the beginning is sent the request back, which was to develop the road plan, to say, is it improved or not? And let you guys decide to us which way it's going to go, because we don't have the ability, and we're not voted in, and we can't direct individual people's money one way or the other. We don't have that power. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pat Hilberg, and I'm on the Transportation Board. And I'm shocked, actually, because I'm not sure what to say, and I have spent a lot of time on this. I wrote 15 pages on this last year, and I presented it to 24 students in my graduate management course. And the article that I wrote is fundamentally a rebuttal of the Ad Hoc Unimproved Streets Committee report, where I compare it to an Econ 101 textbook. And where we're at, the city policy that we're at right now, is just so clearly in violation of basic economic principles, and we run into that. So the difference is, Mr. Long, I give you credit because you dealt with Arlington and Shirley on both 2 times in this room, right? You dealt with Arlington and Shirley. For the others, the difference started there, and the difference started there because suddenly the whole economic situation changed. I want Bird, there's no drama on Bird, right? Because in 1955, Bird paid $1.95 a foot, and now they're absolved from all future cost, as opposed to Arlington, Shirley, Wimbledon, Abbey, et cetera, all of Poppleton Park, who are looking at $250 a foot, $250 a foot, because they did not take advantage of federal funding that was available so in any event. I'll be relatively quick. So I wrote 15 pages on this. I'm in the midst of rewriting it. I think there's a fundamental issue that at the end of World War II, federal policy was quite concerned that we would fall back into a depression. And John Maynard Keynes wrote a whole big piece of stuff in the 1930s. And suddenly there was federal funding for infrastructure projects. And Byrd took advantage of federal funding for infrastructure projects. in Wimbledon and Arlington and Shirley and Fairview, which I live on, did not take advantage of those dollars. And now there's this massive, Bird never comes to us. No, Bird never complains, right? Bird and Wimbledon have exactly the same project going on right now. No problem at Bird. So it's a big funding issue that goes back historically to the 1940s, really, and to the 1950s and on into the 70s. So I'll leave it at that, but the way I teach this topic is through the lens of economics. I teach this topic to systems engineers through the lens of economics, and I rebut the existing premise of how we're funding road construction through economics. And I'll make one more comment. My own road, the pipe beneath my street is 100 years old. The water pipe beneath my street is 100 years old. And city policy says, the Ad Hoc Unimproved Streets Committee said, at 75 years that should be replaced. And it's another 10 years until my street's pipe gets replaced. This is not the right conversation to have. I really appreciate what Mr. Haig is saying, but this is not the right conversation to have. We have the wrong economic principles on this. And I think a solution to this really ends up being, according to the Ad Hoc Unimproved Streets Committee, we can't do a road bond because we're a 20 mil city, so it becomes a Headley override in order to get the funding to pay for the construction that's needed. And now, okay, I really will finish up with this one. We're not the only city with this problem. Maumee, Ohio is going through this right now. Farmington, Michigan is going through this. Farmington, Michigan realized that the cost of rebuilding a pipe or rebuilding a road after it collapses is 3 times as high as the price that we're paying here. So it's a systemic problem, goes back to the 1950s, and I think we really need to significantly rethink the context of the problem. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm David Hocker. Another member of our team, Laura Eglund, has sent some comments, and I think it's worth for all of us to just revisit that. So I'm going to read it very quickly. It says, thank you for sharing this, and to the staff and commission for responding to MMTB's discussions. I would attend the commission on the 8th to provide comments in person, but I am out right now having our 3rd child. As such, could you please share my comments in the packet? For context, I have served on MMTB for just over a year. I have professional background in the space, which includes global research on how people move around their environment, as well as business partnerships and investment. During my time on the board, I have been part of a robust discussion around our capital improvement projects and street redesign, namely related to Wimbledon. Further, my husband and I have been residents of Birmingham for about 4.25 years. As the commission reviews the ordinance language that created the MMTB and considers the board's role going forward, I offer the following perspective and observations. Our capital improvement and street redesign projects are complicated. There are many factors that go into them, not limited to engineering cost and residential versus community impact. I respect that options and solutions are not simple or easy to come by. The Multimodal Transportation Board weeds through a ton of detail on specific streets and infrastructure-related programs, which I see enables the commission to jump right into the key points and decisions. I think it's useful. In my reading of the specific ordinance that created the MMTB, I see that the board cannot expend or spend funds. Duly noted, I think this is appropriate. In professional design and business circles, a common framework for evaluating solutions is DVF. DVF framework is a product prioritization method that helps teams evaluate 3 key aspects of a successful project: desirability, viability, and feasibility. It provides insight into the 3 key factors necessary for success. Whether end users find it desirable, it can be created realistically from a technical standpoint, and its financial viability. By considering these factors separately, and bringing them together, the DVF framework helps teams create products that are not only technically feasible and financially viable, but also highly desirable to users. This is the lens that I use and encourage fellow board and commission members to use as well when we consider a new street design. It's important that we thoroughly understand the interplay between resident input, various nationwide transit standards, Birmingham's engineering staff analysis, directional cost estimates, and community need. DVF analysis enables decisions to be made based on the best overall value. Nowhere in the ordinance language do I see that the board is prohibited from considering value, cost benefit, or DVF analysis when evaluating designs and making recommendations. I do see confusion among residents as to the role of MMTB. It could help to clarify across resident communication channels that the volunteer boards make non-binding recommendations but not final decisions. I also observe confusion among residents related to the overall process for how we make street redesign decisions and determine funding sources and amounts. I think it's paramount that we spend time sorting that out. I've enjoyed my time serving on MMTB and hope to continue. Thank you for considering my comments in context of your discussion on the role of our board and on further discussions related to how we continue to drive capital improvements and walkable streets. And I guess in summary, my own words, we kind of look at MMTB as kind of a soup kitchen. We're getting ingredients, empirical data, from engineering, from the police department, from the public, and we don't have that financial part of it. So we're putting this into the pot, and in the same time, we have homeowners that are disgruntled. They're ticked off because they don't understand what the end result is going to be. But based on the empirical data, we come up with recommendations that is sent to this board. In the meantime, the soup is still boiling. And the residents have had a couple of sips of it, and they don't like it. And they have a whole month to stew with this. And then they come to you all, and you respectfully make those decisions under pressure as well, late at night. And we really respect those decisions. The irritation that comes in is when all of a sudden we have an Arlington that comes back to us and say, we need triage because speed is becoming an issue. Or we have another, what is the other street? Shirley and, Wimbledon. Wimbledon coming back to us saying, we're concerned about speed. And when you go to the west side of Wimbledon, it's Cape Seal that's going to go in there. And we can't do speed remediation in there because the situation has already been set. At least that is what our engineers and our staff is telling us. So we feel frustrated because we're unable to solve the residents' problem. We're frustrated because perhaps the appropriate information hasn't gotten to the commission to make those appropriate decisions. If speed is an issue, then you're going to have to go with asphalt. So, again, I think, in essence, the whole process needs to be either re-engineered or, as somebody else suggested, maybe we take that whole configuration, the specification of the road off of our to-do list and have that for the engineering department to just simply specify. Because again, I think the city manager mentioned that if we did that, it would save some money on engineering and staff costs. But I think even more importantly, it would reduce the heat of the homeowners you know, when it gets to the point of your meetings, I feel sorry for you. But again, I also feel sorry for the homeowners because they have had to stew about this for a long time. We need to make an efficient process, be more demonstrative of what the costs are going to be and what are the implications for them as far as speed control, safety of their kids, et cetera. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Rosie Cool, 662 Purdy. Thank you, Commission, for allowing the Multimodal Board to provide commentary on what we have discussed. I do have disappointment on how it is being characterized versus what we are experiencing as a board. My term began in January of 2024, which was right in the heat of Shirley and Arlington when it was in the Free Press. And when I reapplied for my appointment in March of 2025, I made the following commentary, right? There was laughs among the commission when I mentioned Shirley and Arlington, as I said. I was deer in headlights and eyes wide open, and it really impressed on me the importance of this board in doing its evaluation, helping residents understand the process, and packaging recommendations so the commission is in a position to make decisions with trade-offs and managing residents. I talked about that when the multimodal board does its job well in its evaluation and packaging of recommendations, it helps residents understand, even when residents do not agree. It also limits the commission in, and it sounds like there is from the mayor issue with my comment, but I stand by it, ad hoc on the fly designing of roads at commission meetings. It is difficult on residents, it is difficult on you, it is unfair to everyone. There's opportunity to use the multimodal board when it is at that level of heat. There is opportunity for the multimodal board to be more productive in providing multiple recommendations with value trade-offs. Costs seem to be a triggering word, but at no time has the multimodal board evaluated numerical dollars. We've not talked about 2 million versus 1 million. It has always been orders of magnitude, directional, and we have examples in the record where we have evaluated, does a 5-foot sidewalk versus a 4-foot sidewalk, the cost of a 5-foot sidewalk outweighs the value experience to the residents and the cost that is going to be incurred. There's no new numbers, there's no budget. But we have to talk about that level or we are bypassing what is a global industry standard in design decision-making. I'm concerned that there's references to as if we believe as a board that our comments are we think we own the decisions. When we talk as a board and we're talking about decisions, we are talking about our collective ability to make a decision on how we organize recommendations to the commission so that the commission is in a position to make productive decisions with trade-offs, with facts, and with figures, and with information. That the public, that the residents who have participated in our forums are better informed because they hear the details of the process. They hear the questions to the police captain. They hear the questions to the city planner. They hear the questions to the city engineer. They hear the traffic consultants. When the commission has to make decisions, quote unquote, on the fly, whether you take exception to it or not, I stand by that, you do not have the traffic consultants in the room. You do not have the same materials we had. You do not have the time to evaluate to the level of depth that we do, because we can dedicate 3 hours just to a discussion of what is the impact to traffic speeds if we go to Cape Seal, then we remove the viability of any bump outs or any traffic mitigations, et cetera. The discussion here was, and the reference to disbanding, that's also my comment, and I want to give context to that. Part of the discussion is every meeting we are labored on the agenda item of debating, are we only voting on road width? You do not need a commission, you do not need a board of 7 people voting on 18 feet versus 26 feet. And my context to that is, if that is all we're supposed to do, then we should make a recommendation to the city commission to disband the multimodal board because that's not effective. And I stand by that statement. That would be my recommendation. If you're going to skinny this section down to only making a decision on road width, we can do this simpler and better. Now, recognizing that we as a commission or board, we have a learning curve. And I also talked about that at my reappointment. It's a learning curve. It takes time. Someone new comes in, it takes time. It takes time to understand the nuances. It takes time to understand the historical decision-making, and a lot of the time is spent catching folks up and helping us get to a place. I decided to go ahead and reapply because I felt we were coming to a place of stability, and we had been in instability for some time, and these were complex issues, and that it was beneficial that we had some stability, and that I would help provide that stability, which was part of the motivation of my participation. Now, in the August 7th, it's characterized as frustration, and it's written in the memo as frustration and coming to a head, and anyone who called me who's a resident said, Rosie, what's going on the multimodal board? It makes it sound like we had a whole fallout as a team. And really what it is there was a recognition that we debate the same philosophical issues and belabor the agenda item every meeting. And we need to solve that. And in organizational management, which I've spent multiple decades in, we call that the team dynamics of forming, storming, norming, performing. We have been forming over and over again. Now we're in the stage of storming. And you get through storming by creating space for the debate. Section 11030 allows for the multimodal board to call a meeting. We are being denied that. We are in violation of that section. I asked the commission to spend less time worried about the specificity of purpose and duties because it's clear. An objective and technical evaluation. The what is clear. The how is what we have to debate because we're humans with varied experiences, with different ways of thinking, who need a space to have time to debate it so that we're not putting residents who are sitting here waiting for their particular street to have us go through that debate every single time. Now that we're a board of 7 and there's stability in that board and most of the terms are in 27 and 28, we need that time. And out of that, we would probably come up with a robust list of what's needed from the commission that would improve some of these challenges. Clearly, the challenge is the multimodal board was created in 2014. There was a change on how unimproved to improved streets would occur, and that's putting us in the crosshairs. But we have a responsibility to residents, all of us in this room, whether you're elected as commission or you're paid by the city or you're a resident who serves on a board, we have a responsibility to all residents to help them feel heard, to help them feel understood, and to help them see the decision-making through our discussion. And we would like to be able to do that efficiently by having had the time to go through our storming phase where we understand each other's perspectives, each other's professions, how we are going to act on the purpose and duties. And then as a result of that, we will be able to make better recommendations packaged in a way that's a platinum, gold, and bronze so that the commission can make trade-offs that residents can follow the logic on, and that you are not in a position of making decisions of whether it's improved, unimproved. And the reason why I say ad hoc on the fly is because when we go through those, decisions have been made right there without any discussion of the implications to the items that the multimodal board's responsible to evaluate. Had we had that opportunity, we probably could have packaged better recommendations to you. If there's anything in an opportunity in the purpose and duties, would be some directive on, hey, 3 proposals should come in. The fully designed that meets all the standards, regardless of cost, that provides benefit AB3, 1, 2, 3. And then there could be, and 2 alternatives that spell out what are we giving up and what are we gaining from the viewpoint of the consumer, the end user, the resident, and from the viewpoint of financial impact to the city. We can come up with those recommendations. We can offer you that as examples of how to upgrade the section, but I feel we are too soon tonight to be talking about revising language as if that's going to change the dynamic of humans in a room who need time to understand each other. Thank you for listening to my comments. Thank you for taking these into account. I appreciate the opportunity to serve.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Ms. Ecker or Ms. Kuchera? All right, bringing it back to the commission.
Can we engage with them? Because I would like to engage with them and ask them questions.
I will add to the comment, this is part of the frustration of how we're doing this. We're not able to have a dialogue because it's an agenda item at the commission meeting, right?
I'm not sure what you mean, but my question.
Because we're not allowed to
Mayor,
respond.
Can we engage with them? Because if we can, I have questions.
Well, why don't you say what your questions are?
Okay, I heard two plausible ways to go. One was from Mr. Davies, who said, look, just tell us whether you want it improved or unimproved, and then we'll come back to you. And then a more more nuanced or detailed solution from Rosie Cool, who said, you know, this isn't about the ordinance, it's about human beings working with one another. So my first question would be to her, what do you recommend we do? Because I listened to every word you said, but I didn't hear, this is what you should do next. Okay?
Sorry, all my papers flew out on the, so give me a moment here to reorganize. So I think together we can do better. So the first solution is we need to honor section 11030 and allow the special meeting of the multimodal board, which we have requested and we have a quorum that wants it. Out of that meeting, now the city commission can provide what they would like to see out of the meeting. And out of that, we can provide what are things, where do we see that the ordinance needs revision? And we could provide those recommendations for your consideration. Or we may find that there's not a need for that.
So you want a special meeting, a joint meeting with us, or just a meeting where you guys can get together?
I think it's first us, because we have to understand each other, right?
Can I ask the city attorney, does the ordinance indeed say that they can call a meeting without staff consent? And is it true that staff has denied that request?
No, I think they're referring to the pause. The fact that there's a pause, they can't call a meeting right now.
No,
given the city
I didn't hear
commission's
her
action.
say it that way. I heard her suggest that they had several times, I think she said, requested a special meeting. So it's
I can clarify.
issue of fact.
In the August 7th meeting, we executed a motion that was passed 6-0 with public comment and support that we would dedicate a meeting to discuss purpose and duties and understand each other's perspectives. Later in the meeting, we advised city staff that it would be prudent to do this before the September 4th next multimodal board meeting because we were sensitive to that we were delaying progress on the process of the Wimbledon Phase 2, and that we were unlikely to be in a positive position to make sound discussion at that, and that we were making ourselves available in August.
Okay, so it wasn't at, thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate that. It isn't what I thought it was. Had you asked weeks or months ago and that request was denied, that would be one thing. In the context of what's going on right now, I don't think that the temporary moratorium or pause is that big a deal. So what I hear you saying is that you personally, and maybe the rest of the board, would like to get together and discuss some recommendations to us about how we should move forward, as opposed to, I don't know, Are we just going to sit here and decide tonight how we're going to move forward? Or are we going to sit here and say, staff, you go do it without the input of this board? It seems to me, staff working with the board, it would make sense.
Why not us?
Yeah, I would say with the commission,
Working
too.
with
Well, that
the
could be a
board.
workshop with everybody, although set aside a
Already
few
asked for.
hours.
That was already asked for, so why don't we just do it?
Okay.
All right, other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Long? Thank you, Ms. School.
I think that there is room in the comments about making things on the fly for both sides. I don't think that it is fair when we're given a recommendation from the multimodal board and suddenly the cost per foot, per household goes up by 200%. Forgive us for not following your recommendation under that particular scenario. I was very surprised when Arlington and Shirley came in at what it did in comparison to what Wimbledon came in as. Was very, very surprised. I was very proud that that Arlington and Shirley came in almost half of what was originally talked about or contemplated. And I understand it was a larger project or what have you, but I also think that there's a lot of stuff going on right now with tariffs and construction costs and companies just saying, I feel more comfortable doing a big job because the likelihood of me losing my company is less than if I do a smaller job, right? I tried to get a gate put across my driveway and nobody wanted to do it. But they'd certainly come and do a whole fence around my property. That what they were interested in. And it's sort of the same concept here. So, but at the same time, from the multimodal board's perspective, it may be viewed that we're doing things on the fly because they may not have those same things presented to them when they're presented. I mean, the cost that came in for Wimbledon, I think, surprised everybody. And we reacted to it because of logic, right? I mean, if it's 200 times what it cost a year ago to do somebody else's roadway, there's a certain fairness involved with that. There's a certain economic issue that we're putting on the residents. So, yeah, unfortunately, that drove what happened on Wimbledon. I'm not happy about it, but sometimes those things happen. I hope that the next street that we do is more like Bird, right, rather than like Wimbledon or Arlington and Shirley. But I do think that this needs to be revised. I don't think that it should be done by the multimodal board alone. I don't think it should be done by the staff alone. I don't think it should be done by the commission alone. I think it should be done in a workshop with all of us. And so that everybody feels valued, so that everybody's opinion is heard, and we come to an understanding of what we would like to see as a commission coming from the multimodal board, and so the multimodal board understands what their role is. And again, I agree with Mr. Davies 100%. If we had not had Arlington, Shirley, and Wimbledon, we probably wouldn't be talking about this right now. It has been very, very challenging on the multimodal board's part, on our part, on the city staff's part. And I agree with Rosie Cole. We can do better, and we are trying, and we are going to have a special meeting on roads, and what are we going to do? I also am very intrigued by the comment with regard to Bird that, their cost 20 years ago was $1.75 a square foot. Now it's, I don't know, 300 times that amount or whatever that number is. And that's a problem too. So this is not an easy nut to crack.
Right.
And I think that, so I would like to see sooner rather than later, a workshop where we can discuss this. And then after we discuss it, probably have the staff do initial drafting, and then maybe we can come back and comment and finalize it. I think that probably is the most rational way to do it.
Support.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Commissioner Long basically said all the things I was going to say. I took a long list of notes. You just said them all. I will add on, though. You mentioned Member Davies and, select and prudent and improve. I'll add on that Nick Dupuy said maybe they should just be doing multimodal decisions, where I think the improved versus unimproved is not a multimodal decision. That's an engineering decision, in my opinion. Mr. Hocker said spec the road. These are all the same things. Everybody's saying the same thing, and I think it is the job of the commission to make that selection first before we move on. Commissioner Long already said all those things. There was a comment about, I think, revising the language is too soon. I think it needs to happen now. I think everybody agrees with that. If you watch that August 7th meeting, there's no way anything can happen until we figure this whole thing out. I believe it's in the purview of this commission to put a pause on this. I do not think we should honor Section 110, Section 30 meetings and quorums and let the multimodal board meeting without us. The suggestion you said, big meeting altogether, I think is important. I'm just worried that a workshop isn't going to be enough time. If it's the 1 hour before the commission meeting, it's not enough. I think if we have this, we put forth the effort, we figure out when it happens, give everybody enough time to talk about it, because an hour isn't going to be enough, in my opinion. So maybe it's a joint meeting on a Saturday or whatever it is, but just an hour is not enough. That's all.
Anything, Commissioner Schaefer?
Yeah, no, I think this whole situation is fraught, which I think we've all determined, and I think the confusion from the multimodal board has come with what the scope of what they've been asked to do, which is contentious at its heart, because this is newly implemented policy, and I think we've all recognized it's not gone the way that we hoped. And so we're all looking for a reset button to figure out how do we do this. And I do think the comment about Bird, like where these road reconstructions are happening quietly in corners of the city, where the city is footing the bill, that does bear paying some attention to, because I have friends that are like, my road's being torn up, and I don't know, the city decided to do it, and they're like, no problem, because they're not getting a bill for it. So like looking at the emotion of that is important as we go forward trying to figure out how to do this, and I think we all recognize it needs to be done differently. So perhaps what becomes the purview of the multimodal board in the future is not what it has been for the last, 2 years, where we have been trying to tackle these two very highly contentious roads. And I think there's some confusion, like some of you want, like, just tell us what it is, and then we'll figure out the nuance. And I think the narrow scope of Wimbledon Phase 2 had to do simply with, it was a continuation of a road. And so at that point, it's like, we're talking about road width. But I heard several of your colleagues say, like, just make it simple, and then we'll work around the simplicity of what you've told us to do. And I think that was maybe the simplest decision you had to make recently, which is like, my gosh, thank goodness you only have to decide if it's 18 or 26 feet, and there is a standard in the city for the road width, so you could just apply the standard in that case. But so I think we have joint meetings with the planning board. The multimodal board has been charged recently with very, very big decisions, and so I think we owe it to them. For a joint meeting, I don't know when that will be, but I would be encouraged to have that. I think the language does need to be revised, and I think as we go forward with figuring out how to fix these roads, this will all play out in a different way, I hope, for everybody's sake, because you are volunteers, we are volunteers, and it has not been easy. And I was a part of this from day one. I was one of the ones that said the city has to take the initiative on this, and I still believe that. But I think it needs to be done differently now that we've tried to implement it. So I would be in favor of a joint meeting. I would be in favor of revisiting the language sooner if that's what makes sense. So thank you.
I have two things. One, I understand the frustration that Mr. Hocker mentioned about the people from Shirley and Arlington coming back, and I'll say in the commission's defense, over and over and over in those discussions, when they were so adamant about not wanting the narrow road because they want to park their staff. They did not want their utilization of the city's easement without special treatment agreements to be disrupted by sidewalks. They were told over and over and over that you understand that this will lead to higher speeds. You understand that this will be 30 feet wide, and they almost uniformly said, we understand, this is still what we want. So we did not make that without consideration of safety or speed or any other multimodal. We said, there's no painted bike lanes. We said there is not the natural narrowing that you would get from a 26-foot street. And they still insisted that that is what they wanted. And so the commission acquiesced to that special condition. The fact that they changed their minds after the fact is not our burden or your burden, but because we certainly raised that issue when we had those discussions and we made the decision multiple times. The second thing is that I would like to recommend not an either or, but a both. I would like to move the suggested commission action to ask city staff, listening to the comments today, to, as Commissioner Schaefer just said, to make recommendations about clarifying the language, and then I would like that to be brought to the joint meeting as a point of discussion. So I think we could, I don't think that one precludes the other.
Can I say something? I haven't had a chance.
Certainly.
Thank you. When you're done, I just want to make sure before you finish making a motion.
I'm not making a motion at all. I'm just suggesting that we can do both. I know Commissioner Baller had one more comment, and you can certainly go.
Go ahead, and I hope you make the motion.
I actually would, I've probably got a very contrary position on some of this. I think they should be allowed to have their own meetings again, because there is the risk of pause on events going on. I think they're actually trying to follow the rules very carefully by saying we're intentionally not talking with one another as a group, even though we probably could and nobody would know the difference. But they're actually saying we're trying not to. I think it has value for the multimodal board as a group to be able to discuss amongst themselves and also to have a joint discussion. But for everybody to start thrashing it out right from the beginning is probably not going to bring the structure that's being asked for. I would let them have that discussion in a public forum so that they can hash out whatever they want to hash out, get used to each other, whatever it may be. And then because who knows when we're going to be able to schedule it. It's not going to take an hour before a city commission meeting. If it's a Saturday or something, we're going to have to start planning ahead. So they could be offline for 2 months. That's not going to help Wimbledon Phase 2 amongst other projects. So that's the contrarian part of me that says, let them continue, knowing that there is some friction going on. I believe they're actually all professional enough to set that friction aside as much as possible to deal with actual tasks that they're set, but also have a forum specifically so that they can discuss what they want to bring to us, proposals they wish to bring to us in a consensed form. It's just how I look at that piece of it.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Schaefer.
Does Wimbledon Phase 2 have to go in front of the multimodal board before it comes to us? If, in fact, what was put in front of them was determining a road width, does that have to go to multimodal in order to not delay a big project? Could that come in front of the commission?
I think it could come in front of the commission.
Right, because they're an advisory-only board, doesn't have to go
So I was
there,
just thinking with respect to the timing of Wimbledon Phase 2 and all of that, going down the road, quite literally, could that come in front of us for decision-making to not delay that project while we make these other decisions? So is that a possibility?
Yes, it could. And in that case, it's almost a little easier in the sense that Wimbledon Phase 1 has already been decided.
Right. Because I think that's why it was so narrow, because it was a continuation.
Right, because I think when the commission made the decision on Wimbledon Phase 1, whatever the Multimodal Transportation Board thinks of that decision, it was clear to the residents in the room who were from both phases that Phase 2 was going to be a continuation of Phase 1, because it's the same road. And that's what they were expecting financially and otherwise.
The next part. I think Commissioner Emmerich is right when he says engineering decisions are engineering decisions and then they're not within the purview of the multimodal board. So if it is, this is the construction required for option number 1, or this is the construction required for option number 2. It's an if-then statement, quite frankly. It really is. But then within those, the multimodal board has the opportunity to then look at what parameters are allowed to be adjusted within that. So, for some reason, this city has a rabid aversion to speed bumps, despite so many communities around us putting them in for speed reasons. So that's off the table as a speed option, whether we have an improved street or not, apparently. So what are we left with? Curb bump outs. I actually think that we need to broaden our minds in many ways, because there are methodologies that could be employed for speed reduction that are, let's call it engineering agnostic to a certain extent. But the multimodal board needs to be given the opportunity to explore those and come up with options within engineered versions of solutions, whatever the engineered version is. But yeah, I mean, if it's an unimproved street, you're right. Here's the if-then statement for an unimproved. If it's an improved, here's the if-then statement for that. No argument. It is what it is. We get to choose based off, and I really like Ms. Engeland's description of the DVF. We get to choose within the DVF framework which one is actually the one that provides the desirability, viability, and financial feasibility, or viability and feasibility. I like that summary. I think it's very good. It sums up what we need to do. They can give a recommendation based off if-then statements. It's great. It's fine. So, in that aspect, you're absolutely right. You're on target with it. No questions.
Yeah. You had a copy?
I just want to make clear that when the pause was brought, or the potential for a pause was brought to our attention at the prior meeting, it was because of the multimodal board feeling lost in what their role was. There was not great behavior towards the staff. There were suggestions that they were going to quit or disband, which we certainly didn't want. We value each and every one of you. So let's not lose that perspective as well. So the reason why we paused is to be like, wait, time out, let's all get on the same page. And so I'm torn between getting this meeting, getting the revisions, getting a meeting, and getting everybody together so that we can start all running in the same direction and everybody feeling like we are, and having them start meeting while that cake is in the oven, and whether or not that's going to cause more problems or not. So that's a concern of mine.
So, and I will add on that the other reason that informed our pause was that the multimodal board at that August 7th meeting did not handle the agenda that was in front of them. They were asked to make a decision, and there was, quote, hard no on making that decision, to the consternation of members of the public in the audience who thought that that's why they were there. And so I think that the pause was appropriate, and I think looking at the ordinance language is still appropriate, and I think a joint meeting is appropriate. So.
I'm going to make a motion. Is that okay?
Sure.
I think we should let them meet for the purpose of deliberating over what they want to say to us at the joint meeting. That's all. No other business. Number 2, we should ask the city administration to work on, tell us how they would revise this ordinance. And then 3, set a meeting at least 2 hours long. Is that?
Yeah.
At least 2 hours long. I don't care when it is. Me. You guys may have other concerns. For all of us to get together.
Second.
All right. And so this would not remove the pause, but it would allow one special meeting for the purpose of discussion to occur during the pause, correct?
Sure.
But there's also a sense of urgency to all 3 points.
Yes, we get that. Do you have any concerns, Ms. Ecker or Ms. Kucharik, with that motion? From a legal standpoint or a policy standpoint?
No, but I do, well, the motion is clear that the sole purpose of the meeting is to determine what they as a group will be saying. However, each individual person may choose to say something different to you.
Correct. But it's an opportunity to have a conversation. Ideas come up when people talk.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have, I don't know who was the first second?
Commissioner Host.
Commissioner Host was the first second? All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any other commission discussion on the motion? Public discussion on the motion? I see none in the room. I see one hand raised. Mr. Paul Reagan.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to offer some input. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
You know, as I listen to the discussion about the dynamics, historical and the hopefulness moving forward, I'm really encouraged because the members of the multimodal board really have mastered their challenge. These are extremely well-informed and experienced people. It would be a shame to limit this meeting, as suggested in the resolution, to one meeting. They need time to specify the process they think will work. That's it. Rosie Cool's comment about the group dynamics or the interpersonal dynamics, well, yeah, but they already know each other. They've had a lot of experience with each other and to some degree know what to expect from one another. You should capitalize on the wealth of that experience that they've generated between each other. What they need to do, in my opinion, is to develop a process for you to approve or set into an ordinance language, but it's their process. And I would suggest a template. There are a limited number of variables that are involved in improving a road. I think this group should be fully empowered. They should be able to decide, perhaps if you say, take it to an improved status or not. Let them decide what the design will be, the options, in both scenarios. Let them have access to costing information. They can't do their job without it. It's really silly to assume this group is going to be effective without it. In other words, I'm suggesting empower them. You still hold final approval. You still hold that. On the point that engineering staff should be making engineering decisions, yes, they should, but they should be advising the multimodal board in the process the multimodal board designs in that process. So their role would not be, they wouldn't be usurped, but they'd be an integral part of it. But who has what authority would be well defined within that process. And I think this is not rocket science. Process engineering, you got two engineers right now on the commission that speak process engineering. And they should be allowed to say, yeah, Commissioner Haig was speaking if-then types of decision points. Well, this is just the process, points in the process, actually, in plain speak. I think that you should allow them multiple points and then get back to you when they're ready to assemble a large group of commissioners and them and the engineering staff you're just gonna generate a lot of noise until you have a focal point on which to start making decisions. That's my contribution.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion, we have a second, we've had comment. Ms. Brown, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Emrine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes. Thank you. So I assume, Ms. Ecker, that someone will reach out to the multimodal board about scheduling their meeting?
Yes.
And then we will, you'll work on scheduling the joint meeting sometime afterwards.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We now move on to new business, item B, resolution to approve a construction staging and construction coordination agreement for 320 Martin Street.
Good evening, City Commission. Okay, I'm bringing forward tonight is a construction staging and construction coordination agreement that would be within the city of Birmingham with 320 Martin Investment LLC Group and the Allen Group. With this, the community development has received plans for addition on the front part of the 320 Martin site that would face Maple Road itself. And with this, the owner is asking for use of the city's properties in certain right-of-ways. With this would be on Bates Street, so with that, certain portions of Bates Street would be closed for them to be able to essentially install structural components of the building itself, and also to be able to use the the west side of it for maintenance of a staging area. And then they wanted to use the parking spaces on the north side of Martin Street that's in front of the property. And then also too, on this, using some of the parking spaces on Maple Road for for the spaces to be closed to be able to go upright along the building, because the proposed building is right on the property line itself. So with this, this agreement has the portions of them using Bates Road, portions of Maple Road for the parking spaces, and Martin Street for the parking spaces. The proposed agreement is to have it be through December 31st of 2027. And with this, we do have a requirement that Bates Street would get repaved from Martin Street to Maple Road itself at the end of this project. And then city staff would review any parking spaces along Maple Road itself and Martin to see what the pre and the post construction is of this, to see if any repairs need to occur for that. And with this, we do have representatives from the development here to answer any questions that City Commission may have.
So I'll start with one. Has engineering assessed what this request does to residents who are trying to park, for example, for the library or the church or surrounding businesses? What number of parking spaces would be taken offline or impacted by this project?
So with that, the number of parking spaces, if you give me about 30 seconds, I can look it up.
I mean, we understand that all construction comes with inconvenience, but it would be nice to get an idea of how much.
So there is 8 parking spaces on Martin, and on Maple, there is 4 parking spaces.
How about on Bates?
There is 5 existing parking spaces on the west side of Bates. And on the east side of Bates, There's two north of the alley, and then you've got the dining platform that's on the south of the portion of Bates on the east side.
So what's the total number of spaces that would be out of commission? And is it for the entire construction period, or is it phased? I mean,
I'm at 17 right now. Plus the dining deck would be 18.
With the dining platform in place, it's approximately 19 parking spaces between the three locations of Martin, Maple, and Bates itself.
Can I?
yes.
I just want to, I know you said this at least twice, but I want to clarify. Bates Street would be absolutely closed between Maple and Martin.
So it depends on the phasing of the project. So there will always be access to, there's an alley on the east side of Bates between Maple and Martin Street. Most of the time, that access will be from the south portion, so you come in from Martin, go north, and then turn right onto the alley. The only concerns that we've got is there's proposed utility work for this project right at the intersection of alley and Bates itself. So during that time frame, the access is going to be kind of from the north part, just because they have to extend utilities from the alley south to Martin Street itself. So there will always be access to the alley on Bates. Most of the time, it's going to be from the south, but there will be a portion of the time when the underground construction's happening for utilities that they'll have to come from the north off of Maple.
That alley dead ends, right?
Yes, it does dead end. There's no access on, from the east, on the east side of the alley. You can only enter in from the alley off of Bates itself.
At some point, or points, Bates would be, other than access for that alley, Bates is pretty much closed to through traffic, right?
Yes.
Number one. Number two, you're proposing taking the parking places on Maple, but not interrupting any traffic on Maple, correct?
The only time there'll be traffic interrupted would be for a couple of days. They do have to do a new water main tap to the water main. That is located a few feet north of the south lane. So with that, there will be a few days where Maple Road will be closed eastbound for them to disconnect the old water main and install a new water main. And with that, part of this agreement shows the detour routes being used would be to be able to go to the south and around this project itself.
To the south?
To the
So you'd
south.
send them down Chester?
Chester, yes.
To where?
To Martin past, and then to the north.
Martin, or how about Chester to Brown? I mean,
Be Chester to Martin, and then Martin across, and then north back onto Maple.
I think you got to be, I think some analysis of the amount of traffic that you're going to be sending down Chester, down Martin Street is worth, I mean.
That's gridlock.
That's a lot of, plus with all the stops and, I mean, just please give that
Stops
thought.
and the park.
To me, send them down all the way to Brown and let them, I don't know, but what do I know? Okay. Do you know how much traffic there is on Maple?
Not offhand. I would have to look it up.
There's a lot.
Yes, we have the number. We have the counts.
It's
yeah.
a lot, right?
But remember, that's only literally for a small number of days.
Well,
because
it's
there's
days.
nothing
It's
you
not
can.
a small number of hours, it's not
No.
minutes, it's days.
But you have to get
That's
to
a
the
pretty
water
big
main.
deal. I think it's a pretty big deal.
I don't think we're arguing the water main. We're arguing the detour, because you're going to run it right past here, right past the children in the park, right past all the stop signs, coming out in emerges that are a misery right now anyway. It's not going to work.
That's true.
It's
You can send
horrible.
them further south, but chances are they'll turn anyways.
But, okay, so to continue with my questions, Martin Street would never be closed, just the parking would be taken, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Last question, is there a consideration here?
Yes. Where is it? I didn't find a number because I was going to ask the same thing.
What is it? You said yes, so.
It
what do you
doesn't
know
say
that we
the
don't know?
number.
It says that they're going to be repairing, I guess, so the question, is there a number of consideration on top of? It's basically that anything that they use, they have to replace and repair and bring it back up to the
That's not what I
standards that
mean.
it
They're
was.
taking how many parking places?
19
Plus
parking spaces.
19 parking
And we
spaces.
charge for every single
Don't
parking
we usually
space.
charge somebody when they
The deck.
occupy?
We do for outdoor dining decks, yes.
Yeah, so same rate.
Anyway, I don't know. if there's-
$12 a day,
I don't know
I
if
believe.
there's
Okay. There you go.
a precedent for that with other construction projects, but we're talking about how long is this going to be? More or less?
The whole
Probably
entire staging of the project would be through December 31st of 2027.
So
Starting when?
2 years.
Starting approximately fall of this timeframe, so in the next few
year
weeks.
and 4 months.
You're making a good point. I don't think there is precedent from one of these agreements of us actually doing it, because a lot of times they're going to be out of service anyways. But it's
What do you
something
mean
we
they're
can
going to
look
be
at.
out of service anyway?
Well, for instance, I'm thinking of the Daxton Hotel, when they were doing that work, you end up not only construction staging, but also the safety of having the parking spaces, they end up having to be closed even if you're not staging in that area necessarily. But I don't think we've done it before, but we certainly do it for outdoor dining decks. It's certainly something we can look at doing.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's 365 times 2 times 19 times $12 is $166,440 that we're not going to get in parking revenue. That's revenue for a fund. It's not there. It's 19 parking spots in pole position parking. I'm with him. It's not free.
I'm
End of
just
discussion.
raising it as a question. There's been no discussion of what this project is and the benefit that it's going to be bringing to the city when it's ultimately built. I don't recall what it is. If it's just offices and a little bit of retail, that's one thing. If it's a community center, that's a whole nother thing, okay? I don't think it's the latter, right? So, there's a cost-benefit to
So
everything.
Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem Bauer, it is a new 5-story building that includes 1 level of underground parking, 1 level of at-grade parking, and 4 stories of mixed uses.
Mixed uses.
Mixed uses.
What are those mixed uses?
Nick, do you want to address
They're
that?
either office, residential, or retail, probably all
to know what they are.
Yeah, it's basically 1, 2 retail, commercial, personal service, 3, 4 office, 5 residential.
And it's all entitled, right?
It's got all its site plan review approvals, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And the planning board likes it and all that, right?
Yeah.
No.
And the Historic District Commission, because if we recall, it's a historic building it's getting attached to.
And we appreciate what you're doing.
Right, but other than the Daxton, which is a little bit different, we haven't had one of these smack in the middle of heavily traffic, heavily used, heavily parked, adjacent to the park, adjacent to restaurants,
Right.
adjacent to office downtown, which is.
The library.
Yes.
The church.
Yes.
And if I may, have they spoken to the businesses and the restaurants in that area and advised them that that is going on? Because I don't know if I would like to sit on the patio at Tallulah all next year, or the park area, if we've got heavy construction equipment digging an underground parking lot for God knows how long. Has that been taken into account? Have they been notified at all?
Mr. Dupuy, do you know?
I do not know.
They would have got the notification that the site plan application had been made and that construction would occur, not necessarily details of staging or equipment.
The pertinent part about the fact that they're going to be closing their street down and having heavy equipment next to their parking platform or their outdoor.
2 years.
For a year and a half.
2 years.
Or longer.
2 years. That's
So
enough to
Tallulah's
destroy
the
a
only
restaurant.
business there, right? There's, otherwise you have the side of Serena and Lily and sort of the side of 250 Martin.
There's a
Real estate
storefront there
office.
too on the corner.
Kind of. Not, it's a real estate office that goes around the corner,
Is that
right?
real estate?
Yeah. So we're going to have a project that will
Chain
negatively
residential,
affect a restaurant. It's going to take away 19 parking spaces and potentially, under the current circumstance, lose us $160,000 in revenue.
Has anybody spoken to St James's Preschool about the effect that construction is going to have directly next to children every day and what it's going to do to their business? Because I suspect a lot of the preschool parents are going to say, I have no interest in having jackhammers and everything else happening next to my kid all day. So what's it going to do to the preschool and their business? This is very me. Look at me. It's self-centered without looking at what the impact is around it. There's nothing in here that talks about that. There's no community impact here.
Well, one other suggestion, have they looked at just doing Martin and staging on Martin and not staging on?
So
There's the library there, correct? Right?
Yeah, that's right.
The library there, but the library has
Other entrances.
other entrances in all corners.
Well, the entrance
So-
is more the other side. So
Yeah.
So we understand that you can't do this project without disturbing something somewhere. But let's hear from the developers, if they'd like to make any comment about what we can do to mitigate the concerns that have been raised.
I'd rather give them all of Martin.
No, I agree.
Evening, everybody. Sam Cerno, 320 Martin. So just to address a couple of the questions about parking spots, I mean, yes, they're going to be shut down for the time that we're doing the construction, but I do think that the benefits of probably the revenue from the taxes and the things like that, they're going to be generated.
Different fund.
I don't understand the government accounting, so I wouldn't be in a position to argue with you, but we want to do right by the city and be as fair as possible. We've been working on this project now for 4+ years. The church is very well aware. We are in communication with Reverend Hoover. We're very well aware. I have a 2-year-old daughter who almost went to preschool there, so I am very, very sensitive to the fact that there are, the preschool that's adjacent, and this is they've come to city meetings before, whether it was a planning commission meeting. We've spoken to them on I'd say a pretty regular basis, so they're aware. Tallulah, even though they're not really supposed to, we've looked the other way because a lot of them park in our parking lot, and so they are aware that the parking is not going to be available, and they know about the project because I love going to Tallulah, and I know Mario, and they're aware of this. So as far as the parking, I can't, we received an agreement. I think we pretty much agreed to everything that we got in the document. So if there's other things that need to be added, we're aware, but we have been in this community now for quite some time, and we want to do right by all the businesses and all the folks that are going to be impacted by this. But obviously our goal is to try and finish this as quickly as possible and not take the entire 2 years.
Can we ask him a question?
Certainly.
If you were given all of Martin Street in lieu of taking up and closing Bates, was that a thing, a possibility?
Carefully phrase
Just-
all of Martin.
Yeah.
Martin in front of the property.
Right.
Good evening, Richard Scheck. I'm with the Allen Group, with the construction managers for the project. No, the reason we need Bates is we've got to move structural steel into and out of the site, and getting it onto Martin does no good getting it onto the frontage of Maple.
All right, Commissioner Emmerine.
Correct me if I'm wrong, this building is primarily in the parking lot in front.
Correct.
The existing historic structure's on the south, so.
Correct.
You can't stage it from the south, because then you're going to be lifting.
I get it.
Everything on top of a historic building and stretching it. You can't, it's got to be up front where the building is.
Right.
To me, there's and from my perspective, there's a big gap between closing the street temporary to move structural steel in versus shutting down a street for 1.5 years. I think there's a big difference there. There's a disconnect for me there. Maybe I need to be enlightened, but I think you can shut the street down for short periods of time to move structural steel in or to do what you need to do, but to stage for 1.5 years on Martin makes more sense to me.
Our crane operation would take place on Bates. There's no
For 1.5 years?
For at least.
It's not going to be 1.5 years.
For at least 14 months, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Emmerine.
I'm sorry, is the Allen Group building the building on? Correct.
479.
479? Aren't you guys building 479 right now? Are you?
Yes.
Yeah, so, but like, that street's closed. How similar is that setup going to be to
We're
this?
only taking half of Bates.
Well,
We're taking the west lane of Bates.
But in general, like for a layman, a person on the street, like looking at it like, oh, they're going to take half the road, they need a crane, it's a tower crane, it's a 5-story building.
It's the same basic setup. You'll see the Conley crane out there on site right now.
Instead of 2 underground parking, you got 1 underground parking. But it's 5 stories.
Correct.
It's overhanging a historical building a little bit. But in terms of the construction setup, and it's going to be pretty similar, is it not?
Correct. Five stories of structural steel.
Does that mean everybody's really happy about that street being closed for as long as it's being closed? It's going to be closed and losing the parking spaces that we should have gone after in the first place?
I don't have an answer to that.
What do you think?
Commissioner Host, you had a comment?
This gentleman has just said he's only using the west half of Bates, so that means it's 17 parking spots.
If you look at this exhibit right here, this location is a temporary moving fence, but they would be using this green location to bring in the structural steel. Here's the crane right here, and then your lift to be able to get around to be able to build the proposed building in this location right here. So with that, could there be times where people can access it from the north off of Maple? Yes, but they're planning on using this green location to bring in the structural steel that needs to then get hosted by the crane located in the orange with the circle through here.
Quick question. Is there ability to have traffic, a lane in each direction on the side that's not being used temporarily to have?
Take out more parking.
Well, take up the parking on the other side, but then you'd be able to at least have traffic moving through there and not that street basically just going
Or it's
north.
one way.
One way.
We've got bump outs on the end.
Okay.
Commissioner Waller.
I don't, Nick, at any point did Tallulah come to a meeting and express any concern? Okay. They're the constituent I'm concerned about. They're not here. I'm going to take the word of these people that they don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. The only question I still have is consideration. I'm going to let the other commissioners address that, but I would support the suggested resolution, assuming we come to some agreement about consideration.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Whatever is fair. I mean, again, I think there's a benefit to the project long-term, but I don't understand the fund structure. So, again, we are always trying to do right by everybody, and
Understood.
we've been working tirelessly on this project.
Right, and we all understand, again, that there is inconvenience with construction. I think the commission, because of the sensitivity of this location, wanted to have a clear and public discussion about what it was going to entail, so people don't feel that this agreement was just approved, without discussion. So Commissioner Emmerine.
I was just going to say, I kind of tend to agree with Commissioner Baller. I get having the traffic open is vital, but alternatively, I'd rather have the public out of there and let the construction team do what they need to do, because this is hard to do this. It's hard to set it up, and they're already in a confined space. They're only taking up half the street or whatever. Like, for me, I would rather not have people walking through there, not have cars going through there, not have anybody going through there. Shut the street off and let them do their thing. It's unfortunate it's for 2 years, but it's a 5-story building going in. Big machines, big stuff. We're looking at it with RH. We're looking at it with 479. They need space. And it just, in my opinion, it gets more dangerous the more you constrict them on this. I'd rather have them have the space and keep the public out of there. That's my opinion.
All right, valuable point of view. Any other comment?
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Haynes didn't have any parking spots, and here now, at least on the west side of Bates with Martin and Maple, we're talking 17 parking spots for 2 years, and the Surnows are wonderful citizens.
Well, it sounds like they have, Sam has said, whatever we think is fair. Any other comment?
Well, is there any agreement at all on consideration?
If we figure
I'd
out
like
what
a
consideration is,
straw
then I think
poll.
that's it. And
And then-
you've said you're fine with it.
Yeah, but
I'm okay
somebody's
with
got to
that
figure
answer.
out what it is. All right, we can't just
We
pass
have,
a
if
resolution.
you're talking about charging for the use of the parking spaces, we have a set amount per day for the use of a parking space.
Then we
That we
apply
can
that formula.
extrapolate over however the length of period of time is that they're using it, if
Just
that's
use
what you're
standard formula.
requesting.
That's roughly what I'm suggesting, but I'm not there's 7 people here.
I guess, are there other circumstances where that has been applied? There are giant construction projects happening up and down Old Woodward. Has this ever been considered
To my
before?
knowledge, we have not charged for the use of parking spaces for construction staging.
A question.
Commissioner Haig?
No, there hasn't been this many, for
Right.
sure, at once.
Or in this location, yeah.
Right.
What's happening to the access to the alley that goes around to the back of the stores that has current off-street parking and is used for delivery to the stores that are on Maple?
Well, there'll still be access.
That will be
Yes.
absolutely maintained no matter what, so they'll
Access.
be able to get down Bate Street. I mean, Bate Street will be open for deliveries, et cetera.
I think we heard Ms. Coda say that, yes.
One side, I'm just
Yeah,
verifying for
except
sure.
for-
And this exhibit up here, you can see in this location right here, this pink means that it's going to be maintained access to the alley. There's
Okay.
another point further into the construction phasing where they're doing utilities. You can see in this location right here, further south, with this, there will be a switch at this time frame that they're going to have to get access off of Maple from the north because these utilities, they're
Okay.
happening underground. That's for approximately, the underground utilities that we were told for scheduling is about 3 or 4 weeks, weather dependent when this occurs. That includes all locations in this area, and also on Maple Road for the water main connection, as mentioned previously.
Okay, so as long as access is maintained, because it was just suddenly, oops, we don't want to shut that off because of reasons given. If that's, be it northbound, southbound at different times, that's okay. Thank you.
Quick question. Melissa, can you put that slide up a little bit more so I can see the bottom? So can you tell me what the blue rectangle is and what the rectangle with the kind of funny edge on Martin is? What are those denote?
Okay, so this location, you mean this blue hatching right here?
Yeah.
That's going to be the dumpster locations for their trash. The circle through here is their crane location, and then this would be essentially the area that the crane would be going over it. This is the area that would be used for staging, for people to get access for equipment, material, et cetera, that needs to get hosted up by the crane. With this location right here, because the building is right on the property line itself, this area will be closed in certain locations throughout the project when they're going upright, where there's not enough room to be able to have pedestrian access through there. And then this area is part of their staging location, also to be able to stage off of these parking spaces off of Martin. And then their field office is going to be located right here, inside the existing building.
Any other questions from the commission?
I just say, if there's no precedent for charging for parking spaces for construction, I wouldn't be in support of doing that in this particular case. If we've done it all over the town for the last 10 years, then I have no problem with it.
So wait, you said no to it?
I would say no if we haven't done it before.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable setting a precedent on the fly like this, but I think we ought to change our policies.
To me, it looks more like a
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm in
we
support of
didn't
it, but
see.
I don't want to just do it here if we've never done it before.
Well, I think we heard
Madam.
Commissioner Emerine that there hasn't been an exact similar situation, that in many places where the roads are shut down, there aren't parking spaces on them. So that is a consideration.
Yep. But I need to know that before I could provide an opinion on whether or not that's the case.
So perhaps we could move the suggested commission action with the word of Mr. Cernow that they'd be willing to engage in discussions about some consideration at a later, as we move forward, once we've had a chance for the city to determine whether there is precedent whether there have been similar situations where we didn't charge. I don't think we have the information in front of us tonight to know exactly what is apples to apples. But that doesn't mean we couldn't approve the agreement if they would agree to come back to the table when we have learned more. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yeah, if you want to noodle out a quick wording to add to the existing commission motion, then we can make the motion.
I'm not
with
even sure we need to
appropriate
do
wording.
that because we have their word, but I'll defer to Ms. Kucharik on that issue.
I think you could state the resolution upon the condition of a potential amendment to the agreement to add the cost of parking to be determined at a later date.
If there's previous precedent, is what you're saying up here, correct?
I think I'm hearing that they want us to come back with that information, and then they'll say yay or nay.
Right.
Go after.
So the agreement upon the condition of an amendment or of a potential amendment?
With the condition that there may be a potential amendment to the agreement to add the cost of parking once that has been determined by the city commission at a later date.
Do you have that? Thank you, Maya. All right, so, Commissioner Host.
I can go with that versus precedent.
Thank you. All right, so do we want, someone like to move the motion?
I didn't write all that down, but can I just say move the suggested motion?
Yes,
Okay.
please do.
Okay.
All right, do we have a
I'd like to-
second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion at the commission? Any discussion on the motion from the public, either in the room or online using the raise your hand function? Seeing none, Maya, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Treesong,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Emrine,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Katie Schaefer.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cernow and the Allen Group, and
Thank you.
we
Hope
look,
to make all you guys proud.
I'm sure you will, and to keep the convenience and inconvenience of our residents in mind every day. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, we move to new business item C, commission items for future discussion. A motion is required to bring the item up for future discussion at the next reasonable agenda. No discussion on the topic will happen tonight. Do we have anything new?
I don't know in which area it should come up, but the ad hoc committee meeting for the YMCA, whatever building met, we met, and the committee wanted to ask the commission a number of questions. Is that something that I should talk about now?
I think Commissioner Cummings.
I can take it because it's going to be on the next commission agenda on the 15th, which is next Monday.
Okay.
It just came up late in the agenda.
No,
prep for this
it's
meeting.
fine, but remember, we promised
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Commissioner Baller and I were on and we promised that we would
Yep.
kind of update the commission on they want to know whether we want them to continue. B, if the answer is yes, what our marching orders are now. And there was one other one I forget offhand. Do you remember what C was? It's
Yeah,
kind of-
we have a
Okay,
agenda.
so
item
if it's coming up on the agenda
It'll be
for,
on
is it
Monday.
on Monday? Okay,
Is that
next
a
one.
recorded meeting?
The ad hoc?
Yeah.
Yes.
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 So folks could watch it if you wanted to watch it.
I
It was a
looked
good
for it
discussion.
today, and it wasn't up yet.
It is.
It was?
From the 7th or something? Yeah, there's actually 2 postings on Vimeo. One of them has no link. If you go to Vimeo itself, you can find it. Trust me, it's there. I watched it. He's
We'll
nodding
look
as well.
at
He
IT to
watched
check
it.
and make sure that it's visible in all ways.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Commission discussion on items for prior meeting. We have nothing formal this evening. Removed from consent agenda has been handled. Communications, we have a letter regarding 400 East Lincoln. Commissioner reports, we have notice of intention to appoint to the Principal Shopping District, notice of intention to appoint to the Board of Zoning Appeals, and notice of intention to appoint to the Multimodal Transportation Board. Do we have any commissioner comments? None. Advisory boards, committees, commission reports, and agendas. Anything? I see none. Legislation, city staff. Therefore, could we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
Support? All in favor?
Yes.
Okay. We are adjourned. Thank you.